agenda. I do want to acknowledge that we have received written public comments and we've read those, so thank you, as always, for your input. Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. So let me explain. So we do take public comments on the consent calendar. I do have
Recording
one.
in progress.
Oh, all right. So now we're being recorded. I thought we were being recorded. Captain Joe, you got to come introduce yourself again. Yeah. Okay. So, the consent calendar, all the public comments, if you want to comment on one or more items on the consent calendar, now will be the time you do it. Council will then consider the consent calendar. If an item were to be pulled from consent for discussion, you would not be able to comment on it again. So now is the time. I do have one comment card. So Miss Najimi, if you would like to come up, I'm giving 3 minutes. I'm sensing another card making its way. So we'll give 3 minutes for public comments on items not on the agenda. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Consent, we're on consent. Are those consent numbers? There's one, okay. So, Ms. Najimi, oh, there you are. Okay, so you'll be first, and then, okay, sorry, and then Ms. Morris, you'll be second. So 3 minutes for our speakers. Go ahead.
Hi, council members. I'm Lillian Jimmy, and this is city staff. Thank you so much for all that you do for Los Altos. I'm a longtime resident of Los Altos, and I love to live here. And to make it more pleasant for all the changes that are coming on, I want to talk about Village Court and communication to the residents that are affected. There needs to be a clear, concise communication to people who live behind Village Court with all the changes that are going to affect them. That includes a specific diagram that shows the new CT plan with all the heights and all the setbacks so they can expect what can happen in new development. And that's needed. Mountain View has done that. Mountain View has an El Camino precise plan. And for all the development on the El Camino Real, they have the specific heights and diagrams, and they also have a specific goal transition to single-family homes to residential. So they do have medium, low density, and high density. And even for high density, they call it village centers, they have a transition to single-family homes. And
Oh, okay. Is this, mine is back. Want to check yours?
hi, yeah, I think it's back. So what I was talking about is a specific plan on the CT zone, but in addition to residential, and Mountain View has done that. They have a precise plan, and we need the same thing for Los Altos. And the residents in Los Altos who live behind those, like on El Camino Real, need to be notified what the specific plan is, and that hasn't been done. I mean, they're paying taxes. I mean, they have their families, their backyard and their family room is behind Village Court. So they need to know if there is like 70-foot building going over. But Mountain View has the same exact rules. It's part of Santa Clara County. It's part of California. They have all the same housing elements, but they also included have the high density, but they transitioned the upper stories, so they're set back further. The higher stories are set back further from the single-family homes, and they also include landscaping plans. So the significant landscaping when they have single-family homes, and we need to do the same thing for Los Altos. So I would like you to consider that, and I thank you so much for making Los Altos a good place for everyone to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Najimi, and for your flexibility with our technical difficulties. All right, Teresa Morris.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak. I'm going to second what the last speaker said and just ask that you consider that. In addition, the reason I'm speaking on this topic is because I live in South Los Altos near Loyola Corners, and I know that the decision was to rescind the Loyola Corners specific plan. I would ask that you consider coming up with guidelines. Obviously, they can't be fully enforced, but some plans to help developers perhaps fit into each of these areas, the Village Court, Woodlawn, Loyola Corners, any area that we can look at and work on, maybe get an urban planner in on this, hire one and get some design guidelines that will help those areas be the unique areas that they are. And by rescinding the Loyola Corners specific plan, we're going to be losing some things that have to do with noise mitigation. There's a traffic issue over there that really needs to be addressed. I'm hoping that with the police substation going in there that they'll experience it firsthand how bad it is, and then maybe we'll get some action over there to resolve that issue, particularly for our bicyclists and our youngest bicyclists and how I see them handle that area. It's dangerous. So I would just ask that you consider this as you move forward. And now that we've met the goal of getting that plan in place for RENA and to do all of that, let's dig in a little deeper and plan our city in a better way than just, okay, we've got all this. Let's figure out how we're going to get the housing in there and how we're going to make our neighborhoods good. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Okay, that's all the cards I have on consent items. So I will, we'll move.
I wanted to note that I would like to register, if there were aspects of 4, or does it 4 have to be voted as a whole? It has to be a separate vote.
Are you wanting to vote, because we can do, we can mark just like we did previously, where in the minutes we can, if you're in opposition, if you're a no, then we can mark that in the minutes as for that particular item.
Okay, but then I wanted to explain.
There were-
Because, there were aspects of 4 that I supported.
There were 3 ordinances, right? So you're trying to,
Break it up
yeah,
again. Like
for
how
the
I-
3,
You
to
can
take
take-
the separate votes
you
for the
could
3
take-
ordinances.
You could take
Yeah.
separate votes per ordinance.
Okay. So I'd like to do that. So I'd pull it to do separate voting.
I don't think we need to pull it. I think we can accommodate it in
Yes.
the voting.
Yes.
So,
So I
the timer's on for council.
I was
Good.
counting myself.
Good move. Why didn't we do this sooner? I know. I'm just lining it up for you. Cue ball. Okay, so then you don't really need to pull, you just want to be able to vote separately. So can I have a motion? Oh, that's right, we don't have,
If we're not gonna do it, then I have to vote no for 4. Otherwise, we would have to break it up by the ordinance.
I think the vice mayor can help us because he did the 3, yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, I move to approve the consent with an indication in the minutes that Councilmember Lee Eng, with respect to item 4, voted consistently with how she voted on the 3 resolutions at our last meeting. Ordinances, excuse me.
Okay, then I'm good with that.
Second.
Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Except for that.
Right,
Yes.
correct. Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carried. Carries.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on two discussion items. The first discussion item is a proposed tree ordinance. Oh, so, yes, so you see Mr. Gallegos hightailing it out of here. So let me point out why exactly. So that was good news what just happened for those of you who were here for 41 Hawthorne. It means your project was accepted as in the report. So you are welcome to stay and enjoy all the fun we clearly have at City Council. And you're also welcome to take your unicorn home if you want.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Meadows and esteemed council members. My name is Tanya Catby, and I am in the Sustainability Division under Director Zorns, and I will be presenting about the Tree Protection Ordinance update today. That's been a long time coming. Can you hear me okay? Is this on? Yeah? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so Los Altos residents play an important role in maintaining our urban forest. Much of the urban forest is made up of private trees on private property that are planted outside of the city right away. These trees are an important part of the urban landscape and must be protected. The purpose of a tree protection ordinance is to provide regulations regarding the removal of existing trees within Los Altos. The city voted to update the ordinance to strengthen the requirements and procedures for protecting trees since it was last updated in 2007. All right. So the benefits of protecting existing trees. The Climate Action and Adaptation Plan calls out preserving, protecting, and growing the urban forest as a key element of the success of the CAP. Planting trees is important, but a big part of maintaining and growing the canopy coverage is preserving the healthy trees we already have. Our older established trees are doing most of the heavy lifting of capturing carbon, providing shade, absorbing stormwater, and preventing soil erosion, and cooling our neighborhoods. Having a strong urban tree preservation policy that's both enforceable and enforced goes a long way towards preserving the valuable urban forest trees in Los Altos. Planting new trees requires more care, can be expensive, and the survival of those new trees is not guaranteed. So in 2017, Davy Tree experts wrote this about Los Altos' tree canopy in their tree canopy study. So I'll just let you take a second to read this. And I just wanted to highlight the last sentence that says, an urban forest of 6,473 individual trees, urban forest managers recognize that community trees are a valued community resource, an important component of city infrastructure, and part of the community identity. The recommendations in the following slides will strive to maintain this identity. So just a little background. All trees in the city are protected at a certain size. City approval is required to remove any protected tree. Protected trees can only be removed under certain circumstances. A permit fee and application is required. Emergency waivers are available in certain situations. So there are different processes for different tree removal types. Depending whether it's located on private property, in public right-of-way, or in conjunction with a development project, such as a new house or remodel. I'll quickly go over the process for removal of a protected tree on private property. So let's say a resident wants to remove a 48-inch in circumference tree They would submit a tree removal application with an arborist report and fees. The planner reviews the reason for removal, and if the reason meets the criteria application, it is conditionally approved. The tree may or may not be required to be replaced if it is approved. And then there are some other steps. This is a very simplified process, but then the tree can be removed. So let's jump into the recommendations based on that process I just went over. While conducting peer review, staff realized that Los Altos' tree protection size is much bigger than most of the other jurisdictions in the county, consequently protecting less trees. Some cities have a range based on protection type, which is why there's a range listed in the table. We're currently at 48 inches in circumference, and we don't protect specific trees like natives. Staff is proposing to protect trees at 38 inches in circumference and include native trees at a smaller size of 32 inches in circumference. So for removal criteria, as I mentioned earlier, tree protection ordinances include circumstances under which a tree may be removed. As part of the recommendations, the certified arborist that staff consulted with in conjunction with staff's recommendations drafted up a clarified tree removal criteria. Clear decision-making criteria can often reduce misunderstandings and conflicts later in the process. And the main goal was to align with the CAP, which calls for preserving, protecting, and growing the urban forest as a key element in sequestering carbon. The updated decision-making criteria also reflects policy that prioritizes preserving and growing this healthy canopy. And it also provides residents and planners more clarity and defined guidelines. As I mentioned earlier in the process, there is conditions of approval. So if a tree is approved to be removed, then it may or may not have to be replaced. So it may or may not need to be mitigated. So we are recommending a replacement plan to mitigate for those trees removed. The tree replacement plan prepared by a certified arborist in the application. If it is deemed that the tree cannot be replaced on site, the applicant can pay an in lieu fee that goes to a public tree fund. So for the permit fee. So this is another thing staff realized when conducting peer review was that our permit fee was much lower than other jurisdictions. So staff is recommending, based on an average of the surrounding cities and in an effort to protect more trees, that we increase our application fee to $300, and we also recommend adding a fee per tree of $150. For the in lieu fee, so once a arborist decides that a replacement tree is not suitable, there might be overcrowding, that might be the reason the tree was removed in the first place, the option for an in lieu fee is possible. And so staff is recommending a fee of $1,200. The in lieu fee is based on practices of other jurisdictions, including the actual labor of planting the tree. To summarize the process, if we're still talking about the private tree removal, the changes would be more trees are protected at 38 inches in circumference and native trees are protected at 31 inches. An applicant submits a tree removal application and arborist report with an increased fee. The tree replacement plan is required by an arborist to be included in the application. The tree removal granted is based on updated criteria. The planner can conditionally approve the tree removal, and the tree is removed and replaced within 30 days or pays an in lieu fee. And just to summarize the recommended changes, we're expanding the definition of the protected tree to include native trees, reducing the size of a protected tree, updating the decision-making criteria, increasing the fee for protected tree removal, including a fee for each tree removed, requiring a tree replacement plan for trees approved for removal, and allowing an in lieu fee if a tree cannot be reasonably replaced. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to, and I don't know if you're going to be able to do this, but that was kind of a lot. So why don't you, Ms. John Q. Public has walked up to you and says, I've got this tree. So what does that conversation look like with them? Given all that you said, can you sort of role play that so I get a picture in my mind? I don't know if this will be helpful for my colleagues, but what does that discussion look like?
I will say,
And Nick can be Ms. John Q. Public.
he can be.
Or not. I don't know. Yeah. No. I'm just trying to picture how this works. Yeah. Role play. Yeah.
I depending on whether the resident has looked at the website or depending how much information they know, that would kind of steer the conversation. Assuming they did not go onto the website and are just like, I have this tree that I'd like removed, and it could be for several reasons. Let's say it's not an emergency. Then they would come in and staff would let them know the requirements, and they would provide them. We have a process worksheet. They would provide them with that, and so the applicant would have to go back and make sure that they're meeting all the requirements, and then they would submit their application, usually get an arborist report and pay the fee, and then it would be processed by the planner. So staff would kind of work with them to educate them on the process and the requirements. And then they would go through the application process, and if the planner deems that they need any more information, they would work directly with the applicant. And so they may say, oh, we need more information, send a letter back to the applicant, and the applicant will provide more information. If it meets the reason for removal, then they'll conditionally approve that. And then there's a posting process that, if other residents can object to the tree removal. I think that's about 10 days. And then if that all goes well, then they'll receive a form that states they can remove the tree, and then on there is more information on whether the tree needs to be replaced or not. I think that's a very simplified version, but I don't know if Nick wants to add anything.
All right. I'm going to let my colleagues ask some questions, and I have questions I'll ask at the end. But would you like to? Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Daley, go ahead.
Hi, Tanya. Thank you very much for your report and for all the work that you and the Environmental Commission have done to bring this forward. I was lucky enough to be liaison, so I had some visibility into that. I have a question for you. You can either role play the answer, or you can give me a straight answer. Either one. What is the basis for determining whether or not a tree can be replaced and whether or not the resident is eligible to pay the in lieu fee? If a resident says, I'm taking this tree out because I want that space to be void of trees and it's really important to me, is that enough to say, sure, write us a check for $1,200?
They have to reasonably prove that it cannot be replaced on site. It can't just be because they do not want the tree there.
So that would
So perhaps in the arborist report, if the arborist had a statement along the lines of, the tree in question is too close to the heritage oak that's 4 feet away and it doesn't allow for good horticultural practices, that's enough to say, fine, you can pay the in lieu fee rather than replace? So you would probably want to see something in the arborist report that you would want the arborist to take up the issue of replacement?
So the arborist would opine in the report as well as in a planting plan that shows us exactly where they have suitable options to do a replacement tree. However, staff is going to begin to opine on our end of the table in order to make sure that trees are not planted too close to property lines in order to prevent ongoing encroachment into adjacent neighbors. As in my last year and a half of being the Director of Development Services here at the city, that has been an ongoing neighbor-to-neighbor dispute issue that the city will not get involved in. However, it's resulted in some significant neighbor-to-neighbor disputes. So we would be making sure that that also takes that into account, so adjacent properties are not being impacted with the replanting of additional trees.
Thank you. I think I understand.
I'll just go there. Yeah, Vice Mayor. We'll go down. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that you and the commission put into bringing this to us. I'm curious, what is the logic in having any kind of protection for tree species that are deemed invasive or undesirable?
Protecting native trees, and so we're kind of also behind on this. Most other cities are protecting specified species, either native or, based on what pertains to their city. It's to encourage more native species to be protected, and so that the canopy can be made up of more native species.
Thank you. I don't think that I made myself clear. But when it comes to trees that are not desirable or are not native, why do we have any protection for those at all?
So I'm going to jump in here. So it's the invasive or undesirable species. We would have the definition and the list on file with the Development Services Department. That is a determining factor of us granting the removal of that tree species. So we would want to start seeing invasive species removed from our city in order to be able to help influence the replanting of the proper either native species or what would be acceptable in our region. So it's not actually a protection of them. It's actually that it's a determination on the permit.
Okay, but if I have an invasive species, and I want to get rid of it because it's for whatever reason is I don't want to keep it, but it has a circumference that's 50 centimeters. And I can't get an arborist to say it's sick or it's threatening property or it's too close to the property line or it's interfering with any other foliage on the property. Can I still get a permit to remove that tree simply on the basis that it's undesirable or invasive?
Yes, so we would grant the permit to remove the invasive species. So we would just need to determine exactly what species it is in order to be able to grant it. And then that's how we would establish approval authority.
Okay, so if I establish that it's invasive or undesirable, it doesn't matter how big it is. I can still get a permit to remove it as long as it's on that list,
that's the
regardless of the
intent.
condition of the tree.
Yep.
It's criteria A2.
If I removed such a tree, would I still have to replace it?
Yes.
Yes.
But it would have to be replaced with a tree that's desirable, that's
Correct.
native. Okay. Thank you. Will this statute, as drafted, in any way affect any of our development rules, or does it interfere with SB 9? And is this in any way going to make it difficult for someone to split their property or develop their property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liang?
Thank you again for your report. So my concern here is and then they're going to either ask for smaller setbacks How do we avoid this so that we can be sure we get the tree canopy?
So I'm going to jump in. So ideally, we would like the tree canopies to be maintained on all properties. However, pursuant to housing law, we cannot preclude a developer from the building envelope that is established under our development standards. So we would want to have somewhat of an in lieu fee in order to be able to establish that there are trees that we have determined that warrant protection. However, we are now creating the mechanism for an alternative to be able to have an in lieu fee paid that then would allow us to be able to pay for the full cost of a new tree planting elsewhere in the city. Again, the tree canopy preservation on an individual parcel would be ideal. However, that's not always going to be possible given the circumstances and specific project proposals. So this actually does help us ensure the cumulative canopy in the city.
Okay. Just want to make sure that developers don't get away without adding the trees we would like on the site. The other thing is, so I called around today to various arborists and tree companies to see how much it would cost to get a plan and to get if I had a tree that needed to be removed. The average cost I found was about $1,000, right? And apparently you're saying that people can get it cheaper, but it was $1,000 and higher. So what we're saying is, if someone needs to remove a tree, suppose there's a dead tree or a diseased tree, do they still need an arborist plan? I mean, is there a chance that we can create a waiver? Because what we want is people to have healthy trees. And we want to encourage the replacement of dead and diseased trees. So how would we do that? Or, can we add that in this ordinance? Or do we need to create a different policy to do so?
So the current ordinance as it's been for the past few years already states that a dead tree removal requires a licensed arborist to verify that. And the requirement of an arborist to replace that dead tree or to work with the applicant on a replacement plan would still be required in order to mitigate the removal of that tree.
Right, so not only is the plan, the person's got to pay for the cost of the tree service, plus the permit fee. So I'm just saying, do we realize how much more we're asking the individuals to pay? So that's why I was wondering if we would like to have a waiver for dead or diseased trees. Can we do so?
So under the
Or-
existing ordinance as well as proposed, the Development Services Director has the reasonable authority to grant the removal of any tree within the city if it is diseased or dying. I will likely share with the council, I had to do that on 3 instances this year alone, where I actually went out on site, did not require an arborist report, and determined the feasibility of that removal based on the health of the tree by a visual observation. That is what inevitably initially triggered us to review the oak trees that were removed here from the Civic Center, which then I did require us to get our own arborist report because we knew that there was going to be community opposition and concern for the removal. Ultimately, the arborist report was consistent with my determination just based on visual observation alone. The one tree that I'm referencing that I went out to on site, for all extensive purposes, driving by looked very healthy, but walking up to it and doing a visual observation myself, I could see the visual decay and the root stalks starting to actually split and die off, as well as then the branch systems that were beginning to fail. When they actually took that tree down, and you could see the entire core of the stump was hollowed out all the way down to the root system. So trees do have a lifespan, and so that authority is very vital for us to be able to have in order to make sure that we do not have trees fail unnecessarily and cause damage to life and property, which is the authority that's granted in the ordinance today. So we have that in there moving forward. The one thing that I will at least say is the Environmental Commission was cognizant of the additional cost in order to have an arborist weigh in on all tree removal permits. So that was a factor of the determination and recommendation before the council tonight.
Okay. The other thing is,
can
if
I-
we wanted to have a waiver for either senior exemptions or senior discount versus, or a waiver for low-income individuals, can we do so? And how would we do that?
We would need to establish nexus, and we would have to have someone outside do that. We've not historically been able to do that for other practices within the city, so I would not advise the council to take that up tonight.
Okay. And then when we have, some neighborhoods have sidewalks, and then with the sidewalks, they have the green space, and then the green space, and then the road. In those areas, from that area, from this curb, it becomes the responsibility of the homeowner where that green space is in front. That's what this report is saying. So I just want to make sure once again, my goal is to encourage people to maintain a healthy tree canopy and to promote that if trees need to be replaced, and we want to encourage them to be willing to do so, but not at such a high cost. So how can we get it where it's not necessarily, how do we notify them that they can come in here to ask you to come take a look at the tree, like you had provided that example, versus getting the arborist report? Is there, because it's not saying in here that you have that authority to do so. So either that, we should put a sentence or clarify that in this ordinance somewhere, like we've done in other areas where, it is with the discretion of the planning director or the.
So for tree removals, since my time here at the city, the folks that have come into the counter have simply come in with pictures on their phone and talked to either my assistant or one of the planners that staff the public permit counter. And during that, because some of them that have been very visual, dead, and as brown as can be, and they're meant to be as green as possible, that we can tell that they very much are no longer a living or thriving tree. And we have issued permits for that. So realistically, I think the community has come in pretty proactively in order to be able to come in and ask those kind of critical questions along the way. I really don't think there's probably like extra outreach that needs to be done in order to kind of convey that, as I think the community has kind of come in when they kind of know is that there might be something that really doesn't pass the laugh test, and that you really don't need to get an arborist report to tell you something's dead. So I think that's kind of just naturally happened through attrition of the process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And I just kind of
Thank you.
want to add to that, a lot of other cities do require arborist reports for dead trees or imminent hazard trees. So we wouldn't be being consistent with other jurisdictions, completely taking that out of the ordinance. And a lot of other jurisdictions require a replacement plan to be approved by a certified arborist. And I can provide that data if needed.
Thank you, Mayor.
And yes, I would like that data, so you can send it to me.
Us. Us. Yes.
Sorry, us.
Thank you.
And thanks for that presentation, Tanya. It was very thorough, well done, and I really appreciate you bringing it forward. It's great going last, or at least second to last, because a lot of my questions have already been asked, even though I do have some follow-up questions. And I will start with Mr. Zorn's mentioning, and maybe Councilmember Daly could speak to this as well, that the Environmental Commission had raised the cost issue, the fact that when you add it all up, the arborist cost, the replacement fee, and all these other costs incurred by the owner, it's a lot. Did the Environmental Commission bring up any other issues they were concerned about with this draft of the ordinance?
I mean, I think they might have liked it to be a little more stringent, as you know, and from their perspective.
Any examples that you can remember?
Maybe an even smaller protection size. I'm trying to remember.
So we went smaller, but they wanted us to even go smaller. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, some members of the commission favored that.
Well,
Tanya,
is it the majority? I mean, so
Right.
don't represent, we're not looking for just,
it's right. It's majority, and they,
Yeah.
as you know, make a recommendation. And just a side point here, like going forward, it's always good to maybe in the staff report to get an idea of things raised by majority of the commission. Like that helps us with our consideration.
So they voted on these recommendations as a majority, as they were presented.
So everything
Tonight.
here, the majority supported, and there wasn't
Yes.
anything that the majority supported that was not included. Perfect. All right. Thank you. On the housing, and I'm glad the vice mayor asked that question because I had that concern as well. And I was happy to hear that this ordinance would not be prohibitive or impede or impact SB9 developments or any other housing development. But I'm curious, and it touches on what Councilmember Liang was saying, and I know it may not be part of this discussion, maybe a future agenda item. If, for example, a homeowner wanted to build an ADU in their backyard, and again, one of our priorities, we want to encourage construction. Is it possible for us then, in those scenarios where we want to promote the construction of housing, to waive fees associated with removing trees if it's for the construction of homes?
I think I'll defer that question to Nick.
Yes, so we can actually do that. We will be bringing back the master fee schedule to the council with a comprehensive update for all development fees. And we are going to be, as what was required in the housing element, waiving all fees associated with ADU production. So there will be no fee. It will be, and it's not a fee waiver though, because then that triggers prevailing wage. So it will be a 0 fee permit in order to at least make that clear. But yes, that will be provided later in the spring.
Wonderful, thank you. And then on the in lieu tree fund, and I like the creativity here, that we're adding an in lieu fund if the owner, for whatever reason, isn't able to plant the replacement tree themselves. But we're very familiar with the city having a park in lieu funds, and it just sits there. I mean, yes, last year I think we started to tap more into this fund. And so what is the plan as a city with regards to actually planting trees? Like, I don't want us to just create an in lieu fund and nothing happens. And if you don't have an answer, I just want to plant that seed that I really appreciate staff to then take the next step and have a plan in place about actually planting these trees.
So I'm gonna jump in really quick. There's actually a few very large trees that we're gonna need to order for removal come spring because they're becoming an actual hazard. Me and the chief have both discussed this. It's a visual impairment to driving down San Antonio specifically. So there's gonna need to be a funding source to be able to replace those if we ultimately want to. This will be able to help us be able to supplement funding sources for street trees. And also around the community parks, things of that nature as well. But obviously that's the first priority would be the street trees and the planting within the public realm that's not contained within a parkland area. So we will be able to use that money, in my opinion, regularly. I think we also know we have an agenda item later that's talking about a civic center orchard. Those are trees. So that would also be able to help with replacement of those in the future as well. So there's a lot that we could actually do with it. And fundamentally, actually, believe it or not, $1,200, depending on the size of the tree with planting, that actually is the cost of most varietals for us to be able to get in the ground.
And I'm glad you actually explained your vision for the in lieu fund, because that's not what I was thinking. And I was thinking, what were your names again? Joe Public Member, had to remove a tree in his backyard. Wasn't able to replace it because they're putting up a bench. And so they would give us the $1,200. And I thought then we would take the $1,200 and like what, Greentown, I just did a PSA for Greentown, but then we go plant a tree. That's what I thought, this in lieu fund, but it's actually creating a fund for us to use to plant trees throughout the city. Maybe not immediately after we get that $1,200. Okay. Thank you.
And for example, I'll just be also just give a direct example is that myself and Mr. Carnesecca actually were in downtown with our street crew for 2 hours today. There's actually 4 that we took note of that actually do need replacement that you wouldn't notice. They're not removal of trees. They're ones that have been removed for several years. So it's time for us to replace those. And so that would be great to be able to do and replace some of our trees that we're kind of known for in our downtown. So this will be a funding mechanism to be able to support, reestablishing some of the canopy that we've actually already lost.
And then just 2 more questions. On the replacement fees, so very similar to the fact that building housing in Los Altos is one of our priorities. Having a tree canopy is also one of our priorities, as Tanya shared. The arborist is expensive. All the other fees, as I mentioned before, add up. Would this be the place to put any sort of waiver for a replacement fee? And I don't know if I have support. I'm just curious. Again, we want to incentivize people planting those trees. And so after they've spent X thousand of dollars, removing and doing whatever else, then we're asking them for $1,200 for replacement in lieu fee. Is there a way, I'm going to discuss with my colleagues if they're interested in that, but is this the ordinance where we would put a waiver of these fees?
I think we'd need a little bit of clarification on what you mean for waiver and kind of what the waiver actually entails.
So the
other than just for like the housing one, I think we could look into structuring that. But again, we're going to bring back the comprehensive fee schedule, so we could include it, fairly soon thereafter. I think a lot of folks are going to be able to deploy a replacement tree on site. This is going to be for, as Councilmember Liang was kind of talking about, is some of our scrape and builds of some of our non-residential development that's going to turn into mixed use or residential. Some of them have quite a bit of on-site trees where by maximizing their building envelope and footprint, they're actually not going to have the room to maybe replace half of the trees that actually they have there. But this then requires them to be able to capture that there's a fundamental tree canopy that we need to replace, and they need to be supporting that by payment of it. But again, if it's towards the creation of housing specifically, we can look at that as a reduced fee if it's in nexus to that, and we could bring that back as a part of the comprehensive fee schedule.
So this is not related to housing. It is tree specific, and it's to the point you made earlier. And I know this from experience as well. Like buying and planting a replacement tree adds up. So it could cost the owner, even if they're planting it themselves in their backyards, $1,200. And so my point is, and that's just a discussion. I want to make sure that if this, it sounds like if there is support for that, if we could really construct such language, it still wouldn't belong here. So that's for a future fee discussion. Okay, so that's the main question I wanted answered. Okay, and just one more question, Mayor, and I'm looking at my list. Where is it? it's an observation, and this is for the city attorney, actually, and I did not give her a heads up. So when I read through the draft tree ordinance, city attorney, there were several sections, and Mr. Zorns touched on one of them tonight, where previously the planning director and now the development services director has a lot of discretion. There's no standard used, and we hope Mr. Zorn stays with us forever, but we need to make sure we draft the ordinance so that it cannot be used in an unfair manner. And just said, I'm not going to go through. I have the list of some sections where I noticed that. And I'm curious if, city attorney, if that's something that you could look at just to make sure that there's not too much flexibility and subjectivity built in, so we're not exposing ourselves to, a director 50 years from now saying yes to one person and no to someone else.
I looked at that because I did want to make sure that we captured, because I know in the zoning and also in this section, which is not in zoning, we have planning division manager, we have planning manager, we have community development director. And I was happy to see that it's one person now, so when you're trying to argue about it, maybe in court, there's one person that has made a decision. The other thing is there's an appeal provision. So the person, if the permit was denied, it can get appealed to the council, so.
And I know that, but if just to avoid the appeal, if we could just make sure that, in the ordinance, there are clear guidelines. I mean, you need some flexibility and discretion based on the specific facts of the case, but still some uniformity and guidelines within which to work.
Yeah, I'll take another look, but because I wanted to make sure that there was like a relief valve, an appeal ability, and so, and that's in there, but I'll take another look.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, did you, one more?
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay.
Since we're cleaning up this ordinance and correcting the whereas, I think what we're missing as well, because when I looked at the other cities' ordinances, we're missing a whereas that really speaks to how Los Altos feels about having protection of our tree infrastructure. So I was wondering if we can add another whereas like Los Altos believes having trees can be a solution to combating climate change, because we're saying that it's in the cap. We have to.
So you're right, technically you are asking a question, but I think this question is part of the discussion.
Okay.
Because you're addressing the ordinance or the resolution.
Okay,
So can you hold that? And
Sure.
then, yeah, because then we have to vote, and right now we're just asking for clarification. So, all right, thank you. All right, so You haven't asked your questions yet. No. No, if you, go ahead, I will go last.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Director Zorns, under section 11.08.1460, violations and penalties. It looks like the fine is subjective. Is that true, or is there another section of code that prescribes what the financial penalties are, in addition to the cost of replacement and so forth that's set forth under paragraph A?
So the violations and penalties is established under chapter 1.20 of the municipal code. That is the establishment of penalties that are pursuant to the government code. We've previously talked about this with other ordinances. This section of the code has specifically declared it as a misdemeanor, which we don't process fully, like we've previously discussed, where we're not, filing charges or anything. But then that gives us the ability to charge up to $1,000 penalty if it's removed without a permit.
Are you?
I will have some further commentary under discussion on this point, but my question is answered. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask my questions. All right. So, so I think I heard, so let me ask for clarification. So if you've got a dead tree, no, and by the way, thank you very much for the report. Thank you to the commission. Thank you for working with them. And thank you for bringing this forward. So appreciate that. So now, I'm not going to ask you to role play, but I am going to say, so if you have, so let's imagine a scenario. We're going to do a scenario instead of role playing, but I'll act it out for you. So if you have a dead tree, and that's my dead tree imitation. Sorry, I want to get her to really snort laugh. That's my goal tonight. Sorry, it's my last meeting. Humor me, right? So anyway, so there's a dead tree, and everyone agrees it should come out. But are you saying that if it's one of the bad kind, it's invasive, it should come out, and it's on a property that's overly dense with trees as it is, and it's a good thing that the tree could come out because it's next to two natives, and we want the natives to thrive? So are we saying even in that scenario, someone has to still pay an in lieu fee to take that tree out? Period. Question mark.
So in that scenario, if once it has been verified that it's truly dead, whether that's through an arborist report or other appropriate documentation, if there is no way to replace that tree on site, then yes, they will still have to pay an in lieu fee.
So yes, tree's dead. We want it to come out. Please take it out. It'll cost you $1,200. Okay, thank you. What's that? Well, that wasn't even the arborist report, so the tree's dead. Sorry. It's the cold medicine. I know. But you can test them, really. So another question. It seems to me, and I don't know that this has changed at all, but we seem to require damage from trees to happen before we permit them to come out, versus saying this tree is going to cause damage and therefore it should come out before it causes the damage. Do we address that in here at all?
So just to recap, if someone comes in and says, my tree is going to fall on my house, we would need that to be verified. That's truly it, unless the planner can verify that themselves, or if
I can jump in here, Tanya, since the planning staff is the one that ends up reviewing this. So new section 1108 100 in A4, the tree is causing damage to an enclosed structure which cannot be mitigated in another way. So that would... we've had circumstances where root systems have clearly been buckling adjacent foundation of a property. We're not going to require an arborist report for that if we can clearly see that it's intruding into an actual, and that's why we said enclosed structure. It doesn't need to be habitable in order to be causing financial implications to an actual structure. And so we would be able to use that on that permit determination. So there's also going to be, just to inform the council, there will also be a processing guide that is not for the purview of the council, that we will then take some of these nuances to be able to say, well, what if this? Okay, well, then you don't need an arborist report, but you need to show us some documentation or have an on-site inspection. So our planning technician very often goes out to the site to verify whether or not a tree is either dead or dying or is actually causing some structural issues to immediate improvements on a property. So it is still captured here to be able to have that discretion and flexibility where we're not requiring an arborist report for something that's clearly causing damage to an immediately adjacent structure.
Okay. So we're requiring trees to be replaced within 30 days, I think is what this says. Is that, I mean, that's actually pretty fast. And I'm not arguing with the day, but so someone comes around and checks 30 days after it's cut to see if a tree's been planted? That's part A. And then part B is, what about people who took their trees out 2 years ago and never replaced them? They don't have to replace them because it happened before this ordinance, or?
So yeah,
that's part B.
so the ordinances that we have written would not be applicable for retroactive kind of enforcement. The 30-day threshold is to somewhat provide, again, additional guidance to not just staff, but also to the applicants, is that if you're going to remove a tree, you actually need to replace it in regards to, it being timely. However, sometimes the site is not going to be necessarily 100% correct and ready, but then the ticker should be that it should be within 30 days of whenever it's suitable for the replanting to happen. So some folks are going to remove them right away, have a scrape and build of property. And so some of that is going to be a little bit of discretion, but most tree removal permits that we see are for, existing development that's going to stay intact for the majority of the site. So that's, again, one of those processing guide things that we can kind of further illuminate on, is that there are some instances where we can allow for that to occur with an extended time frame.
Okay, thank you. And this is probably, you're probably going to give a similar answer to this, my final question, and you had alluded to proper planting guidelines and not planting an oak 6 inches from your rear fence type of thing. Where is those guidance is going to be included? Is this also going to be where you were just mentioning, or?
So that's going to be a part of specifically the arborist plan. There are some tree varietals that grow up and not out. Palm trees kind of being one of them, essentially. Not that we really have a lot, but I'm from Southern California, so sue me. Or don't. But with that being said, that's also one of the reasons why the certified arborist is the one to opine on that, is to be able to provide that, the varietal of tree that the site is selecting for their replanting, it's going to grow this far horizontal and this high vertical, and they should be the ones that are being able to provide that, rather than us just taking kind of the word of Home Depot sometimes not giving us accurate labels. It's happened.
No, really? Okay.
And it is outlined in the ordinance
Yes.
as well.
Okay. So thank you very much. That ends my questions. So okay.
Sorry,
You
Mayor.
have another one? Go
Just
ahead.
one quick
Go
one.
ahead. Go ahead.
If this gets approved tonight and it gets adopted, is there a second reading? There is. When does it go into effect?
30 days.
30 days
31?
after this.
After the second reading.
After the second reading, yeah.
So after
Or
the next
month.
regular meeting. Whenever it comes back to us, 30 days after that.
Yes.
So I would encourage that, because this is a new ordinance and it impacts so many residents, that we get the word out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take us to public comment. I have one speaker card. If anyone else wants to speak, please fill out a card. So Teresa Morris, you'll be first. And I suspect Ms. Valadez is getting a speaker card for this one as well. So 3 minutes.
Good evening. At the risk of being in trouble for this, I'm going to say, I forgot to say I'm a commissioner and I'm speaking as a resident tonight. So for the rest of the night, I have it at the top of my comments. So I am speaking as a resident tonight, not as a commissioner. So the trees, I'm a huge fan of trees. I've said it a million times. I think we can't have enough trees. So protecting them is great. I'm glad this is a discussion. If the goal is to keep the trees, I think we do need to hire and utilize arborists. Our staff is probably not trained for those sorts of things. So making sure that a tree isn't dormant or it just isn't struggling in some way and it gets removed, I think is crucial. I think increasing the fees, we have a discrepancy in our fees. So if they only pay $1,000 for removing a tree illegally, but they have to pay a $1,200 fee for the tree in lieu, I think we need to balance that. I'd go to $2,000 for a tree in lieu, and I would go keep it, maybe go to $1,500 for taking out the tree wrong, or go the other way, $2,000, take the tree out, you're not supposed to, didn't get a permit, and do the $1,200 for that. And also not discounting each tree that you take out. We don't want them taking trees out. We want to keep our trees. So why would we give a discount each time they take another tree out? So you have the $300 and then it goes down to $150. To me, that doesn't make sense. So the 30 days I think is crucial to think about because you can't even get a trunk removed once the tree is cut down, usually in that amount of time. We're in the Bay Area. Things move slow. The non-natives, if we cut them all down, if we allow that, we won't have very many trees left. So I think it's really important to address that and think about how we're going to handle non-natives. If they're not invasive, then again, this is where a good arborist can help us with that. Be aware that people do cut trees in certain ways in order to be able to kill them, and then they can get away with taking them down. It happens all the time. Neighbors do it to other neighbors' trees. It'd be nice if we could address that. I would like to see all trees that are of any sort of heritage tree be marked for at least 3 to 4 months before they're cut down unless there is an absolute risk. We did have a problem with trees being removed on the campus here, and people are upset about it. I can't tell you how many people have talked to me about it, and I do know that one of them was filled with some cement. There are questions being raised about whether or not the other tree was actually damaged enough to need to be taken down. So I think it's important we give people a chance to adjust to the idea of a tree being removed so they're not shocked, and marking them. Many cities do this. They put a sign up on them and say this tree is going to be removed, and give residents time to adjust to that idea. I think that's it. Thanks much.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. All right, they'll pass it around. Thank you, Ms. Valadez.
Good evening. My name is Janine Valadez. I'm a park commissioner speaking as a member of the public tonight. A couple of kind of overarching issues I have with the ordinance. I believe it's too subjective. It needs to be made more objective. I won't give the details, but you can probably figure those out. Too much discretion. The second thing has to do with what I'd call planning. The tree ordinance is very specific and tactical in terms of somebody wants to remove a tree, what do we do? But what it doesn't address is the issue of educating the public, and through an ordinance, through objective standards, telling people how they should plant trees in their yard. Because a lot of people will be doing various developments as small as a landscape or as large as an ADU or a house extension or a complete rebuild. And I know that because we have so much focus on the housing element, there will be a lot of discretion given in terms of where trees end up on a property based on housing. But I think the issues that cause the most trouble amongst neighbors is what Mr. Zorns mentioned, where one lazy neighbor might let a bunch of volunteer trees that are eventually going to turn into 80-foot oaks grow a foot from the fence, and every 3 years you're arguing about replacing fences. And so no planning has gone into what constitutes an eventual native tree or heritage tree that needs to be protected. We've talked about overgrown yards. Those create the same problem. I have significant issue with disincentivizing any resident, whether poor, senior, or wealthy, from removing dead trees or dying trees or invasive trees by putting up large fees in front of them. I understand the tree in lieu fund. I think that's a great idea. I just think that there are certain trees that we should actively get rid of in our city, and dead trees are definitely one of them. I also think that there should be special consideration for the fact that our city has a lot of large span oak trees right along concrete and asphalt oceans. And I have a personal experience with that where 3 of the oak trees that are city trees along because I back on San Antonio, while otherwise healthy because they don't have proper drip lines, they have fallen over the years, the most recent one in this last storms. And luckily two of them fell into San Antonio, made the town crier. But the other one did fall into my yard, luckily not crushing my house, but crushing everything else beyond my house, and took a corner of my house out. So those trees shouldn't be there. And I'm okay with oaks. It's just that oaks really have a problem in dense suburban areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. All right, so that's the only speaker cards I had, so we're going to bring it back to council for discussion. So I want my colleagues to think about whether we have enough input and directions that we want them to take this and think about it and bring it back, or whether so when you're each going to make commentary, indicate whether you're on that sort of end of the spectrum or whether you think, oh, no, it's okay tonight, but I want to change number 0.20 and whatever. So, because I want to get a sense of that early, so if we're going to give direction, we don't spend too much time going down one direction when we're really going to be at the other end. So who would like to go first with that, after that preamble? Councilmember Daley.
I could support this tonight with modest modifications. I do think that we should not require replacement for hazard trees. And with the addition of that, I would be willing to support this change to the ordinance.
Councilmember Daley, can I ask you for clarification on that before others might opine? When you say hazardous, do you also though mean the invasive species? Because that was a part of the kind of discussion that I
don't.
talked. Okay, so
I don't.
just for ones that are dead.
Yeah, let me clarify by giving an example. From my own history, we took out 5 redwood trees maybe 10 years ago, had an arborist report. They were causing damage. There were lots of good reasons in the arborist report to take them out. They were not super healthy because they were planted too close together and there were issues, but they were living trees. They weren't dead. They weren't a hazard, an imminent hazard to the property. The roots were causing damage to the foundation, but it wasn't like the tree was going to fall on somebody's house. Now, I know that this year, one of the oak trees that got removed from private property and was the subject of a dispute between neighbors, the tree was, I think it was the one that you referred to, Director Zorns, that was hollowed out in the middle, and you went and made a visual inspection and were able to determine that that was a hazard tree. So I think in my case, when we took out otherwise relatively healthy trees, we should have been, that kind of situation, those residents should be responsible for replacing those trees, either in their own yard or through the in lieu fund. Because we came to the city wanting to make some improvements to our property and so forth, and nobody was forcing us to do that, and there was no imminent harm to health or property. So I think in my concept, when I say a hazard tree, I mean if there is imminent harm to health or property, that property owner, that resident, should not be forced to pay for a replacement. And moreover, I think you should waive all of their fees in that instance and do everything you can to expedite the removal of the threat. So
that's your one input. Okay. who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. This one's a real hard one for me. I spent an awful lot of time reading this through and trying to understand it and cross-referencing it and reading it again. This is one of those statutes where I think we're not going to be able to think of 100% of all the scenarios that we would like to address. This is going to be more of like an 80%er, right? Where if you put a statute together that covers 80% of what you're trying to do, that's probably as good as you can expect to get it. I do think that the proposed statute is better than what we have in place. And for that reason, if the majority of the council wanted to go forward with adopting substantially what we have in front of us, I could support that. I would not be against sending it back to staff or the Environmental Commission with clear direction, because I think we would get back something better, but I still don't think that we're going to get to 100%. I think that most of the comments that have been made tonight are compelling to me. Ms. Morris's and Ms. Valadez's comments, I think were right on point, and they both articulated ideas that I had floating in my head, but I did not put down on paper earlier. I think that Councilmember Daley had a very good point. If a tree is hazardous, I think that it ought to be removed, and it ought to be removed as quickly as possible. And fees should not stand in the way of safety. I have spoken with, since I've been on council, probably 10 different people who wanted to remove a tree that they thought was sick or dying, and they didn't do it because they didn't think they could afford it. All of those 10 people, I believe, were thinking about the cost involved of getting someone out to take the tree down, which is not insignificant at all. I don't think any of them realized that they were going to need an arborist and how much an arborist would cost on top of it. I am glad that the city has sort of an unadvertised procedure to help get rid of trees that absolutely clearly have to be gotten rid of. I'm torn about whether to make that, whether to have outreach on that issue, because then everyone's going to want it. Instead of 3 to 5 people coming to nick a year, there's going to be 100 to 200 contractors coming and saying, "Hey, we want you to come take a look at this tree," and that defeats the purpose, I think, of what we're trying to do here. My biggest fear for the city of Los Altos, physically speaking, is that we have too much dead foliage in the city. I am absolutely scared to death that a wildfire that comes close enough to the city is going to burn us like a tinderbox. There are so many dead trees, dead plants, and I would love to be able to put into this ordinance some kind of an incentive to encourage people to remove dead trees and dead foliage. I don't know if that's a reasonable or realistic ask of staff or the Environmental Commission. But that is one thing that I would love to see the city tackle. Because we have so many dead and dying trees and plants in the city, I am actually okay with not requiring the replacement of invasive or otherwise, according to the statute, undesirable species. I would not require their replacement. Again, if the council wanted to go there, I would not vote no. But the tree canopy, of course, is critically important for reasons of which we're all aware. It's set forth in the cap, and climate change is real. But the fire danger is real too. And we're only, 2.5 years removed from having a wildfire come very close into the hills and to Los Altos. So that's where I stand now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks again to Tanya and Mr. Zorns on bringing this forward. And I'll start by answering the mayor's question. My preference would be for us to approve it tonight. because I actually don't think we're proposing that many changes, at least so far. And so if it's possible for us to approve it with some suggested edits and have it come back to us at our next regular meeting, that would be my preference. As Tanya mentioned at the beginning, they've been working on this for a while. And so it'd be good to close it out at the end of this calendar year. I also mentioned before Mr. Barton came in, who is the editor for the Town Crier, that we would love to have this be publicized. So I hope he's taking good notes, because if we move forward with it tonight, I would love for the Town Crier to help us publicize this, since we are updating and changing an ordinance that we know many residents use. So I'm going to go through the list of items I think we have touched on, Mayor, on the 30 days. I think this is where you're going, because I support it, where I do either support having what Mr. Zorn said, where it's the 30 days is tied to a specific point in time where they're actually ready. And you said it perfectly. Or we give them more than 30 days. And one of the speakers also said 30 days is not enough to actually get the tree down and have it replaced and go through that process. So I don't know where the rest of my colleagues are, but I don't think, based on how the ordinance is currently drafted, 30 days is sufficient time to get it done. So I would support extending that time, or maybe time the 30 days to a point in time where they're actually ready to go. And then that's when we'd start counting the 30 days. On waiving fees, I think we have touched on different aspects of the ordinance where we all support waiving fees. I think I come at the idea of incentivizing the removal of hazardous trees or invasive species a little differently, where I don't want a situation where everybody's coming saying it's a dead tree, it's an invasive species, I should get my fees waived, and then basically that cost is then transferred to the city. But I would support language that maybe spelled out a hardship provision, where it's like a contractor, a private developer, they would not meet that bar, but maybe have a hardship provision where if it's a dead tree or an invasive species, or it falls within, I think, these different types of trees that we're all talking about, then maybe that's when we would say we would waive the fees or do a reduced fee amount, because I think we're all aligned where we want to incentivize the removal of those trees. And we don't want it to be cost prohibitive where someone needs to do it, but they're not because it's so expensive. On the replacement side, we want to incentivize the removal of dead trees or hazardous trees or invasive species, but on the other hand, we want to incentivize replacement trees. We want people to be planting trees, native trees. And so I would also entertain and support, again, with a hardship provision, but if someone, after spending thousands of dollars on the arborist report and removing the tree, and it all adds up, if someone was really able to demonstrate hardship, and I know $1,200, I was talking to Councilmember Liang, for some people that doesn't sound like a lot, but for others, after you've paid a couple thousand, it's a lot. And so I would also support either a reduction or a waiver of the replacement fee tied to a hardship provision as well. And I'm going to go back, Mr. Zorns, where I asked, I don't know if this is where we would have the waiver of fee language, or if it's the other ordinance that you mentioned will be coming back to council, the fee ordinance. But if there's support for that, I would prefer for us to give you direction tonight on that piece so that you take that back for the fee ordinance. On the process guidelines, Mr. Zorns, I want to follow up on that, because to the Vice Mayor's point, we all read the draft ordinance, and I read it only 2 times. I don't know how many times the Vice Mayor read it, but it does take a couple times to really get what's required and what it applies to. And so do you have a timeline on when we can get those documented? So I'm sure verbally, you and Tanya, if someone comes to the front desk, you could explain it. But is there a timeline to actually getting a documented set of guidelines for our residents?
That could be done before the effective date. We already have a version for the existing ordinance, so we would just need to refine it further to be applicable to the modifications that are proposed.
Thank you. And then the last thing, and back to the city attorney, I would appreciate if, before it comes back, if the city attorney could look a little closer, and I'm happy to share some of the sections that I noticed that seemed very subjective. You know, it gives too much discretion, I think, in how some of this is applied, and just to tighten up those sections, just so to ensure that all our residents are treated fairly and uniformly. So those are the only changes I have on my list, Mayor. I would be prepared to approve it tonight.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm good if we can make or add the things that we're all wanting in the ordinance. Otherwise, I think it could go back to staff and then come back to us. I don't think it needs to go back to the commission, but I think there are changes that need to be made. 30 days. When you try to order a mature tree, a box tree, sometimes you can't get it within 30 days. I'm just gonna let you know that, and that's a fact. If you try to get an oak, you can't get one within 30 days. Some places you would have to, but you'd have to pay a premium. Regarding, I support what Councilmember Daley stated, but I'm concerned that in the areas where we have where the strip of the green space, we have a tree there. And I can understand where it is a hazardous tree because it's uplifting the sidewalk and stuff. That would be considered a hazard and needs to be removed. But I don't want that we not replace it because those are public areas that we want to encourage trees and we want to demonstrate that we have a uniform look and feel on that green space. But I can see on private property, I agree with you. Okay, go ahead. You wanted to address that?
What you're saying works for me. I think what we might do is say that, you know, there's no requirement to replace a hazard tree, right? But if the tree is what we call, I guess we call it a street tree. And these are trees that overhang the street. They're, you know, on private property, but they're within, basically within an easement that the city still controls. So then we would have to have some provision for the replacement of those street trees. I'm totally agree with you on that.
Go ahead.
Can I just clarify something on this replacement tree? Because listening to this discussion, it's giving the impression that if we remove a tree from spot A, the replacement tree has to go back to spot A. It doesn't, right? And so even if we remove a hazardous tree, I would still want this person, private owner, to do a replacement tree, clearly not in the same hazardous spot. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Because that's not how it reads.
I know.
Okay, okay, then we have to do some language cleanup. Because in one of the areas, it does say you have to replace it. And it's not clear on where it has to be replaced.
Well, that,
Yeah.
yes. So,
Okay, but anyhow,
yeah.
going on. And definitely, I feel, like you said, a hardship provision, because majority of the people I'm hearing from that haven't removed trees or taking care of their trees are your seniors that have fixed income. So that is why I asked about making sure we can either have a senior exemption or having some, hardship provision for low income people are on limited income. When we have heritage trees, I did like the suggestion that we have some sort of noticing provision because I think people need to be aware when heritage trees are being removed. Those are the ones that I feel we need to protect. So I think that's important that we do some sort of effort to make sure that we notice that the heritage tree will be removed. Also, after we clean up the ordinance, as I brought up earlier, there are things that I think it's an important whereas, like I said, if we could add, we're missing one whereas, where we stand, and it can read something similar like, Los Altos believes having trees can be a solution to combating climate change, because we also talked about our climate action plan. We can talk about how we believe that it produces life-giving oxygen, reducing erosion, moderating temperatures, and beautifies our community. So I think we need one whereas in in this, um, in this ordinance, really talking about how we feel about having this tree ordinance. And then, as of course, cleaning up the dates, because the third whereas, we have to clean that up. And also, we really want to encourage our environmental commission after this is to go out and make an effort to outreach to the community and help create either something on the website that we can have to educate the public on the changes to this ordinance. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say something before I ask, go? Yes, go ahead.
So I want to point out is that under section 110890 notification, so the city has always posted and we will continue to post. However, we're kind of changing the kind of like the implicit kind of underlying tone. A tree removal permit is not really like a traditional discretionary approval, like it's on an entitlement. It's a permit. It is. So that's why it's now essentially changing it from you post 10 days prior to the decision being determined. No, the city is going to determine based on an independent review of the arborist report, and then we'll grant the permit, and then you post it for 10 days, and then there's an appealable action for 10 days that it's posted on the tree. That's still the process that is taken today. That's why there's still a little pickup slot at the front that Development Services fills up almost daily with a variety of tree removal permits, and the applicants have to come in and pick them up and post them on the site. Heritage trees, nothing has changed with that subsection other than the nomenclatures that's used throughout it. So nothing has changed with that specifically. One things that I will at least say, the vice mayor's concerned specifically about fire dangers, that is going to be significantly studied and addressed in the safety element. The safety element is currently out for release of RFP, so we are waiting on acceptance of a standalone element update, just like we did with the housing element. But this is specifically for safety. And one of the big things, especially in the last several years after the Sonoma fires, is specifically fire prevention, fire safety, fire exit everything. So that is something that will fundamentally get addressed. And so if they have recommendations that will be in the general plan about removing specific varietals of trees or the overconcentration in certain areas, that will be something that we will have to bring back and amend this further based on that specific data. In order to address Councilmember Flager's comments, as well as Councilmember Daly's, I do think that if the council wants to incorporate in setting a no-fee permit for dead dead or diseased trees, that we could do that in this ordinance. That would be something that's simple. The definition is already in there for those types of trees, and that would just be something that we end up having as a part of the processing guidelines for staff. The fee waiver or a reduced fee for the invasive species, I think, is also something that we could do, because that's going to be a very specific limited list that's established as an invasive species. And that is not going to be, there's not really much discretion with that. That's why I was saying in the council Q&A is that that's a list that's established by the Department of Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife. And so that is something that is pretty specific. There's a list. It's not very long in comparison, but again, there's certain avenues for those specific things. And then other than that, I think that's the majority of what council said. I do think that staff can bring back something for Councilmember Flager's comment about tying the 30 days to a specific date or action for the tree planting to actually be taken.
Thank you, Director Zorns. Yes, Councilmember Daly.
I just want to add, based on seeing this process at the commission level, that some of what council is considering asking about, talking about would be included in an urban forest master plan. And I do know that there's potentially some grant money available for us to engage in that, and we might bring it up as a future, as a future item to consider. And for the public, an urban forest master plan is much like our climate action and adaptation plan, or our housing element, or our complete streets master plan, and presents a more holistic view of how we manage our urban forest. And I would hope that that we may find consensus to actually do that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Daley. So, I have mixed feelings on this one too. It's certainly improvement. I like the in lieu fee. I think well, let's wait a minute. Can I please talk? Yes. So, so now I lost my train of thought, but, yeah, so I think having the in lieu fee, I think we have to be, careful. We can't forget last winter, and I think a lot of my concerns are actually not at the level of the ordinance, they're at the level that you deal with it, but I'm not seeing the behind the scenes, so let me, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you another question. We're probably one of the few people who every year have an arborist come to our property and take care of anything that's, that we can't reach, and that's trees and that's big shrubs and all that. We keep them healthy. And we've seen other people who have similar trees that were planted at the same time split and die. They get too big. If you don't maintain your stuff, they can become hazards. What I'm not seeing here, though you allude to it, is the ability to incent proper maintenance. So here's the question. I said I was going to ask you a question. My preeminent arborist in this area calls redwoods deadwoods because they are not native to our pocket here. So people who come in and say, I love redwoods, I want to place another redwood for this one that just died, is that on, can people do that? Or are we going to, if we're going to say, no, you know what, you can't plant redwoods anymore because Los Altos is not the natural environment for redwoods, is that what the list is going to say? That's kind of the elephant in the room to me, is what we're saying. If we're really talking about this as a cap action and sustainability, the sustainability is we shouldn't be planting redwoods here. And we shouldn't be planting, gigantic oaks under power lines. And, so where is that happening? Because, again, and we have to do education. So is the answer, no, you can't plant a redwood anymore?
No, that's not the answer. The one concern, though, the safety element is going to address and look at specifically things of. No, you didn't. It was just the vice mayor's face got on the screen for a second. It threw me off. That is something that would also further help address, and we can also specifically, because we do have a lot of overhead power lines as well, is that something that we can really specifically write into the RFP for our urban forest master plan to specifically look at is how can we increase the urban forest canopy, specifically though with some of the major areas that we have with a lot of the lines that could potentially cause damage like we had during the winter storms last year. So again, this ordinance is not going to be able to really address that unless we go really far down a regulatory level where the special studies of those other two will really be able to reflect some of the the nitty gritty details and study areas, early next year. So the safety element will be kickstarted in the first quarter of next year, calendar year.
But aren't there some drought or water efficiency standards that come into play? Like, again, I love birch trees, but they're really, really thirsty. Are we allowing that? This is supposed to be being driven from CAP, and I'm not hearing the sustainability part of this. So and again, if we're going to take a small step in the right direction, that's better than 0 steps. But no, I want to hear Director Zorn's answer.
So removal and replacement on the small scale, it would not trigger water efficient landscape requirements, and that's pursuant to something that was enacted under Jerry Brown. 500 is the trigger for all new landscaping, so a scrape and build. That's 500 square feet of the site. 2,500 is for rehabilitation, and that's been the same threshold ever since the law was enacted, and that was during our actual last major drought. So that's really, the removal and replacement of one-off trees. For all extensive purposes, some folks can kind of get around the water efficient landscaping requirements, and kind of perpetuate that a little bit. However, the council could take up further discussion at a later date and talk specific about varietals that we're not going to allow to be replanted in town.
Okay, thank you. And then, and again, I agree. So this would be a baby step, but to me, it's a little disturbing if this comes from the Environmental Commission and really doesn't address these sustainability issues, which I think isn't that what we're trying to do, at least in the longer term? So, so anyway, so I just wanted to point out that I feel like that's missing. And no.
It's a follow-up to that
Okay,
point.
all right, go
because
ahead.
I think it's such a great point. I'm going to push back on Mr. Zorns a little, just to better understand why wouldn't that be housed here, where we want to do, preferred species or preferred varietals, or like, why wouldn't that? Because I appreciate and I support what the mayor is saying about if we're not going to mandate and only allow certain types of replacement trees, can we have a preferred list or incentivize a certain type of tree to be planted here in Los Altos? Like,
So there's the native species list, which is obviously always going to be the most preferred of anything. And native does depend on what region of California. Obviously, we're in a very huge, state. So regions are going to be a little bit different depending on if you're, down by Baja or you're up here. So there's a lot of that we need to kind of take into accord. If the council wants to, specifically on a couple that have been mentioned, make that as a part of their underlying motion. However, I'm going to at least say to the council, if you bring the planting list, I think we're going to have a lot more members of the public that are all going to want to weigh in on why they want this tree versus that tree. I think that's something that we don't want several tens of more people here to be able to talk about why they love that tree versus the other tree. That's just my professional thought. Councilmember Daly seems to have something maybe for this point.
I would like to just share the discussion at commission on this very issue, if that's okay.
Briefly,
Okay.
yes.
To Director Zorn's point, we have two lists, right? We have a list of invasive species, right? And we will have a list of preferred replacements. So we may not be able to, as Vice Mayor says, address every, 100% of the issues, but that should cover a lot of the issues by saying, look, it's a free country, and if you want to plant a birch tree, you can plant a birch tree, but that won't count as your replacement. And you will still have to plant a replacement that meets the criteria that we set forth. So that's how you get to the sustainability that you were talking about. That was the nature of the discussion at the Environmental Commission.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor? Yep.
Mayor, I think you brought up a great point, and I'm sorry, I'm not convinced that there's any reason why we can't put in the ordinance, even tonight, a requirement that replacement trees have to be native. I mean, in the questions that council asked, there were questions that one question was, how do you determine what's a native species? And the other question was, how do you determine what's non-native or invasive? And the answer to both was, it's based on information published by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So if we're going based upon information published by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, it seems like it's pretty clear to me that we have established guidelines as to what could be a desirable replacement as opposed to an undesirable replacement.
Okay, so wait a minute, there's a conversation going on here. Did you have anything to add? Okay, so let me then just continue, having brought up this can of worms, let me continue. Regarding a notice for heritage trees, if they are deemed hazardous, we don't want them sitting there for people to get used to the idea that they're going to come down, because they could come down. As I recall, one of the oaks outside of the History Museum there was going to be a big event. What if it came down on people at the event? These are lives at stake. So I if a heritage tree is sitting somewhere and it's not a hazard, immediate hazard, then, fine. But if something's an immediate hazard, it has to come out. I mean, in my one, I hate N of ones, but with trees, you can't help but talk about dead trees, right? Dead trees. No, two different neighbors had instances, and they were very responsible. But if we don't do maintenance, then we create more hazardous trees over time. Sorry, that's a soapbox. But when you have the hazardous trees, you've got to prioritize dealing with them. And I think hopefully this ordinance, oops, he's discussing. So Director Zorns, do we prioritize the hazardous trees? The last thing we want is someone to come in and a week later their tree falls on somebody's head and they say, well, we went to the city and we couldn't get it out. I mean, that's the nightmare scenario, right? So, and again, a week you could argue, whatever. But so I want to incent that truly hazardous trees can come out. But I don't necessarily think you have to waive all fees, because some of these trees became hazardous because people didn't take care of them. So I want a reasonable balance struck there. So I don't know how to get at this. This is how I feel about it. Doesn't necessarily help us tweak a few words tonight. But I do think this is progress overall. But I still have, vast concerns about our tree hygiene in the city. And we saw what happened this past winter. So, yeah, okay. And if you have conversations, please take them outside so that there's chattering going on back there, and I'm finding it a little distracting. So, all right. So I don't know where that leaves us. Yes, Councilmember Liang.
So when you're talking about fees, the one thing is, when people have to take out a healthy tree, they got to get that arborist report, they get an arborist, they pay the permit. That's costing a lot more than your fee that you want to charge for. So I think the in lieu fee is a little bit too low. I think we had a member of the public that made a good point regarding the fines when people are taking trees out that are kind of illegally taking out trees or whatever. So I think we need, like you said, there should be a balance and a better balance. But I think that it's costing us more to replace a healthy tree, and yet we're going to let a developer or somebody off the hook who wants to pay an in lieu fee and just say, I don't want to add a bunch of trees, and then
all right, so let me check with colleagues. We have some proposed fees, and we're hearing some counter arguments on the fees. Does anyone want to try to micromanage the fees up here? Vice Mayor.
In principle, I agree with the council member. However, when it comes to fees, especially establishing them for the first time, that's the sort of thing I'm going to defer to staff. Otherwise, I think we're micromanaging. They've done the work. If after a year we find out that the fees really are not sufficient to keep us in line with our neighbors or to encourage the behavior that we want to encourage, then we can come back and visit them. But I personally would defer to staff on the question of the fees.
Okay, I think we've generally deferring to staff on the fees for now. We look at our fees annually.
Hardship waiver.
Well, yeah,
We
well,
forgot
that's
that.
what I'm going to go to Councilmember Fliger, if she'll allow me to try to pull some of this together, because I think you had, oh, yes. Because I think you have followed and you had some suggestions. So if we can, so what I think we can do is make some tweaks tonight and move this forward, because this is an improvement and gives us a mechanism for the future that is useful. There is, I think, work to be done, and so after we pull together the tweaks, I think we can give some direction that maybe, and we can discuss whether that goes to staff or what to do with it or where it belongs. But there's a longer-term view, I think, that maybe we discuss that might come forward. So go ahead, Councilmember Fliger, with the ordinance and the changes in front of us.
Okay, Mayor, I'll attempt to do that. And I support the 1,200. I just wanted to confirm that for different reasons, but I support keeping the 1,200 for the in lieu fee for this adoption. On the hardship provision that I suggested, Mr. Zorns and City Attorney, this would relate to both the damaged or hazardous trees, because we don't want a situation where a contractor or someone who could actually afford removing the tree says, oh, it's a damaged tree, so the city should waive the fee. And so I know it can be written, a hardship provision related to removal of hazardous and damaged trees, because we want that to happen, and we don't want residents or anyone not doing it because it's so expensive to do it. On the other end, I also think we should have a hardship provision related to the replacement fee, because we want people to replace the trees. And again, we don't want them not to do it. And a lot of our residents will think 10 steps ahead. Oh, it's going to cost me this for the permit, this for the arborist, this to replace it. I'll just do nothing. And so the hardship provision would be tied both to the replacement fee and also to the removal of damaged or hazardous or invasive species trees. So that was the suggestion.
So, Mayor, I think under council's purview for doing a zero fee permit for a hazard tree, I think we could make that finding. I think it would be difficult to make a hardship provision for a private tree, but I do think there are ways we can get council to where you guys are trying to go. So if you're doing a hazardous tree, zero permit removal, and it's on private property, when we talk about replacement, we could talk about replacing trees in a public place if hardship is proven, and using the tree in lieu fund to replace them. If it is a tree, to Councilmember Daley's point, that is in it is a private tree, but it is in an easement or right of way, we could probably also apply that for replacement in place if there is a hardship provision. I think to Director Zorn's point, early in the night, it will be difficult to find nexus for removing a tree that has provided private benefit to a private property owner and does not provide danger to the public or public right-of-way. So I do think we can bring back language that satisfies what council is looking for. I just don't think we can term it the way council is directing us.
That sounds
It
good,
does.
though. Yeah,
It does.
I think we're good.
Thank
We're
you,
good with that.
Yep.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Okay.
So Mayor, I support the language, the recital clause that Councilmember Lee Eng.
Can I ask a point of clarification on that? Councilmember, are you asking for it in the title ordinance, or are you asking for it to actually be placed in chapter 11.08?
Well, could I think if everyone looks at 11.08.010, purpose and intent, it does include that trees in Los Altos are highly valued by the community and provide several benefits, including shade and climate resilience, habitat for wildlife, carbon sequestration, I said that right, and and improved air quality, protection against wind, flood hazards, and aesthetic quality. I think it's already in the ordinance.
So I agree, but that's why my point of clarification was, when the council said, do you want it actually in 11, or did you want it where the other whereases are?
The other recitals.
Okay, so I,
Resolution.
well, so it's, I do
That's
the
the
same thing.
fees.
It's an ordinance, but, so it's the ordinance upon which that will memorialize the vote.
It's the
But it's
ordinance,
but
not
we're
the
not talking about
appendix,
putting a
not the
whereas
appendix.
into
Yeah.
the statute itself. Okay, I have no problem with putting the council members' whereas in the title ordinance where the other whereases are.
Director Zorns, did you follow that exchange?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, right. It's a redundant whereas, but not redundant to the ordinance itself. Okay, great.
So, sorry, Mayor, I didn't
Yes.
mean to interrupt. The only other outstanding item from this list we have is whether council wants to require native species as the replacement or mitigation trees. I do think that is under the council purview. However, I also think when you're talking about trees on private property that homeowners want to place, there are lots of trees that are not native but do provide benefit.
Right. So I don't, despite what I said earlier, I don't necessarily want to require that. I think we need to think about eventually having some incentive system or some goals. But I don't, at this point, I mean, don't want to require it. Do my colleagues agree with that?
No.
You're saying you do want to require it?
Yeah. I want to have a list of trees that are acceptable replacements.
Well, that's a different thing. They're already gonna, he said, we were talking about natives. And you're saying you want a list. A list can include non-native.
Yes, it
trees.
can.
Yeah, well, we're not arguing about a list okay. So you want a list. And you
Yeah, I
don't-
want
it
us to
doesn't have to be-
prescribe what can be a suitable replacement. And that doesn't limit a resident's ability to plant other types of trees. They just don't qualify as the replacement in the permitting process.
So that is the point of clarification. There are non-native trees that would meet mitigation, or council can require only native trees are the mitigating trees. But that, again, we're talking about what homeowners want on their private property. Non-native trees may provide benefit. It is under the purview. The question was, can council require it? Yes, I think you can. We just need direction on if you would like us to
Okay, so you're
include
looking
that.
for direction on whether the non-native has to be mitigated or not. Okay, I don't know how my colleagues stand on that. So that's a let's say 2 for 1. If you tell them they have to plant a native somewhere on their property, or the in lieu maybe, I mean, this could get complex, in order to plant their exotic Australian whatever. So go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I'm with Pete. I'm okay not requiring the replacement of a non-native. And if a tree is going to be replaced, I think that it should be a native.
That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, could you say that again? No.
Because I don't think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we're asking for clarification on the reverse. For a mitigation of a tree that has been removed, council has the ability to say that tree replacement has to be native. That was a question.
And I think it was my question,
Right,
Gabe,
and
so let me
we're
let
saying
me
it.
lean in.
Okay.
So although I'd prefer for us to mandate that it be native, and it goes back to what the mayor was saying about sustainability goals and what we want to do and what we want our community to be in 15, 20 years. I appreciated hearing what Mr. Zorn said about personal preference, private owners, people having their tree preferences. And so I support having a preferred list. So if someone is replacing a tree, we have a preferred list of natives saying, for these reasons, these are the types of trees we'd prefer for you to plant, but not required, even though personally I wish I would want us to, but I understand there's a bigger picture here. And then to the mayor's point, there's a second part of it that I don't think we're going to do tonight, but it's figuring out how we can incentivize people to want to plant the native tree. So even if they have, this Japanese or whatever tree they're dreaming of, if we make the incentive attractive enough for them to plant a native tree over that tree, I think that's where we want to be.
Okay, so I'm not sure. So you and I are not necessarily, you're saying native or nothing? I'm not sure that I follow.
So
Dave is
I
saying
can,
we
okay.
require it.
So you said it was a 2-4 earlier. I thought you wanted me to comment on what Pete had said earlier. I'm okay with what Councilmember Fliger said. I'm not sure that a preferred list really matters very much, or what use it's going to do, but I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's something out there and get people thinking, I suppose. I like the idea of incentivizing going on to, planting something native, or at the very least preferred.
Okay, all right. Yes.
I would like us to have a list that says these types of trees, not necessarily exclusively native, because there may be some non-native trees that the professionals who study trees say are okay to include because they're drought tolerant or whatever. And ecosystems change. So what's native today is not going to be native 25, 30 years from now necessarily. So I support having a list of acceptable trees that you must choose from to fulfill the requirements of the permitting process, or you will have to pay the in lieu fee, or a third option is, since you've already engaged an arborist, we would consider alternatives to this list with with a written arborist finding that says this tree comports with these standards that have been set forth, which pertain to the size and shape and height of the canopy, which deal with the water consumption, the debris fall off from the tree, and various other factors that the professionals will all write up. So it doesn't mean that a homeowner can't plant a fruit tree if they want to. It's still a free country. You can plant those trees. That fruit tree doesn't count as the replacement for whatever tree you took out.
I've kind of lost it on the trees. I'm stuck in the forest. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
conceptually,
I'm not- yeah.
I agree. No,
Yeah.
conceptually, I agree with Councilmember Daly on where I would want to be ideally. I actually am concerned, City Attorney, that we're proposing something that's such a big change that we didn't notice clearly. Because I can see residents calling me tomorrow when they hear this, saying they didn't know we were going to propose mandating only native trees, and if they're not planting a native tree, then they still have to pay an in lieu replacement fee.
Yeah.
For me, this is a big change for our residents. That's outside of the scope of the
And
public.
and then I'm not even sure that that's what Council Members Daly is saying. He's saying he wants a list. He doesn't care if it's all native. So so I'm not getting consistent messages here.
I actually think we're fine. We can provide the list, the arborist
Yes,
report.
yes.
We already have an arborist replanting plan, which would address
Okay.
Councilmember Daley's points. So it will come back without the substantive change of only being native. And if council would like us, because we keep hearing incentives, to look to the extent to which the in lieu tree fund can be applied, we are happy to bring that back as well. That will not be at the next meeting, though.
Okay, yes, okay. So with what we've discussed and without looking at some of the incentives, would those changes come back next time without looking at incentives?
Likely next time without the incentives, potentially December 12th.
Okay,
And
does that sound?
it will have to be reintroduced.
Right. That's what I'm, yeah. Yeah. Are we good? Enough? Good enough? Yeah, because there's no way to do this perfectly anyway. So, so I think we've reached, and if you've got clear direction, then I think we're okay for now, and it will come back as a reintroduction, but we'll be very familiar with it because we spent a lot of time with it tonight. So,
Mayor, did we
Yes,
address the incentivizing of the
No.
encouraging maintenance? That's the one
no,
thing
and we
I
said-
agree on too.
yeah, but we said that's a longer term provision, so that's not in here, but it is, but we're aware of that and we can decide how we should deal with that, but it is a big issue. Yeah. So, okay, so let me do some housekeeping here. We've just finished items 5. I do believe that the rest of the agenda will be less lengthy than this, but we are at the time, and I could be wrong, but we're at the time where we're going to take a break, but I'm sure that my colleagues agree that we will complete the whole agenda tonight. Yes. So every item will be covered. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then, so we'll be back at 9:27, and we'll talk about shared police services. So thank you all for your patience, and I won't do my dead tree imitation anymore.
Hey, Mary.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Even though we were all having a very good time, glad to have a happy council meeting. All right, so number 6, report on shared police services. So this item is continued from the last meeting. Not continued, it was booted. Booted
Postponed.
from the last meeting.
Booted, yep. Thank you, Mayor. So council previously considered this August 22nd. It was a request from the town of Los Altos Hills. Council agreed to do an initial assessment, kind of a high-level study that was funded exclusively by the town. We received the results, well, we participated in the study, but we received the results from MRG on November 2nd. It outlined the work that the consultant had done to date and also identified the 3 different types of models that had been considered, and noted that the only model that Los Altos was interested in was the model that increased staffing levels in Los Altos, as well as established minimum staffing levels in Los Altos Hills. We had this scheduled, as the mayor said, on November 14th. It was not able to be heard at that time, so we're hearing it tonight. We are without the consultant. They were unable to be here this evening, so I will do my best to pinch hit and answer questions. We had a pretty extensive Q&A that was available at the last meeting, so we're happy to answer questions on that or any other questions the council has. And the request tonight is potentially a 2-parter. One, does the council wish to continue from an initial assessment to a formal feasibility study? So that the high-level assessment showed that from cost and personnel basis, it was feasible. But at this stage, council may really want to consider things that the study couldn't contain, such as what a shared services model with another entity or jurisdiction would look like. And after that discussion, if council decides they would like to go forward, then we would like authorization to spend up to $25,000 from the general fund to embark on a year-long study with the town to determine if it's feasible and also preferable, and if we should move forward.
Okay, so thank you very much. And Chief, you're here because you're going to answer any questions if we have questions of you.
I'm just the eye candy tonight, but I can answer questions, yes.
All right, so Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Well, I think this question would have been for the consultant if they were here, and I was so, Mr. Not, I was going to ask the city manager, but maybe I should ask the chief instead. So I know that this was a question that was answered in council questions 2 weeks ago, and I apologize for bringing it back up, but the answer that was given wasn't clear enough to me. Can you please explain what the difference is between the dedicated position basis, the call for service basis, and the service hours basis, and then explain why staff came to the conclusion that 2 of them were not acceptable, but 1 of them was?
So certainly, I will do that in reverse order. The service hour basis is a cost per hour, and you create what are known as service level standards. And that's the model that is in place in Montecito and Los Gatos. It works pretty well for them, but the basis of that was every year, I'm not going to use real numbers, I'm going to use round numbers. Every year they purchase 1,000 hours of policing services. That's built into the base contract. If that jurisdiction that they're decides they need additional services, there's an agreed upon rate to purchase additional services. Or if there is, say, a major crime that requires in-depth detective work analysis, and you exceed those hours, then the hours get charged as well. The reason we didn't like that model is, as a small agency, we need some type of basis for what we're going to have each year. And if Los Altos Hills says we want 1,000 hours, and then they come back 4 months later and say, well, actually, we'd like to purchase 400 additional hours, we may not be able to quickly alter our plans and meet their needs. So that's why it wasn't preferred. The second one was the call for service basis, and the idea behind that is we look at the total calls between the two jurisdictions, we come up with a total budget, and then there's a percentage allocation to that budget. We didn't like that for a number of reasons, but the primary reason is it didn't increase service levels to Los Altos residents. It kept those service levels at best the same, but likely would have taken service to Los Altos Hills at times when we would have wanted service here. We chose a dedicated position basis as the one we wanted to study because it increased service levels in minimum staffing levels in Los Altos. It increased or established minimum service levels in Los Altos Hills. So instead of saying we're going to purchase 1,000 hours, we'll patrol that at some point during the year. We said at all times you'll have in Los Altos Hills you'll have 2 officers on shift responding to calls, and we added additional officers per shift as well as additional dispatchers per shift in Los Altos to increase service here, but also supplement when we had to respond to the hills. So it was the most expensive model, but it was the only model that showed services could be improved in both jurisdictions.
Thank you. Okay. If we were to proceed with providing public safety services to Los Altos Hills, clearly that would require the purchase of additional equipment, hiring additional officers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's say that the Hills decides they want to terminate us as their provider. Where does that leave us in terms of the investment that we made in all this equipment and these extra personnel that we hired with the assumption that Los Altos Hills would be covering those costs?
So the actual equipment, so if we're talking about response vehicles, uniforms, training, that's all paid for up front by Los Altos Hills. It's part of the one-time cost that would be assessed every time an officer comes on board or when vehicles need to be replaced. If they determined they wanted to no longer receive those services, they've already borne that cost. That equipment would go with them. Personnel would be a little bit different. We would look at staffing levels, but part of that is if you lose a contract, you'd look at reduction in force based on the loss of that contract. They would be Los Altos employees. You could put in the contract provisions around hiring and things like that, but ultimately, if we lost that contract, people would then be unemployed at the end of that.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I actually asked before this meeting, but also that the answer was a little bit brief. In the event that there is an issue regarding employment, whether it's hiring someone at the highest level or discipline, most of those responsibilities go to your office, Mr. City Manager. In very rare circumstances, I suppose it could come to the council. What does the Hills anticipate would be their role, whether through their staff or their council?
So the legal answer to that is they would still be our policies, our provisions, our hiring practices. When you talk about hiring, as we just introduced a new captain tonight, practically speaking, if you're sharing services with another organization, you're going to seek their input. It would be informal. You may allow them to be part of the interview panel, the selection panel. Ultimately, the decision lies with Los Altos. Legally, the decision lies with Los Altos. Practically speaking, your partner would want to be involved in high-level hires, and that would be it's the same as the shared EOC position that is our employee. We had Los Altos Hills personnel in on the interview panels, the selection panels. We asked them to assist in creating the job specifications. It would be largely similar for higher level positions.
Okay, is it your understanding that both staff and the council in Los Altos Hills understand that arrangement?
I can say that the city manager certainly understands that arrangement.
Okay. Do you know whether the town council has compared our police policies with the sheriff's policies? Because I think there are some significant differences, and I want to make sure that nothing catches them by surprise.
So I don't want to speculate on the town council. I can tell you conversations I had with the town manager. He had relayed that some of the policies that we have here are preferential to the policies that they're currently governed under. I'm certain that won't be the case with all of the policies, but the ones we discussed, they preferred the policies here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Who would have questions? No, go ahead, Councilmember Feiger.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. England. So I want to go back to when this first came to us, because I'm still trying to understand what problem Los Altos Hills is trying to solve and why they think we can help them solve it.
So that, I think they, even though they extended the contract with the county, I think they've expressed publicly that there are service level types that they would like to see that the county is unlikely to be able to provide. As an example, they're given patrol hours, but they don't have an officer dedicated within their jurisdiction. If a response takes place, it's responding from wherever that county officer is at the time. So I think there's a belief that if a response was coming either from within their own jurisdiction, because they would be required to have minimum staffing levels, or if there was a major event where backup was needed, that both would occur quicker in this model.
So let me build on that, because we know as a public entity, they would have to go through the procurement process and issue a request for proposals. And conceivably, the Sheriff's Department will submit a response. And so if in that RFP, for example, one of the requirements is the service level, ensure you have increased staffing in Los Altos Hills, which publicly, I think, that's one of the concerns where they weren't able to increase the number of personnel there. If that is a big part of it, and we're investing in the study, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse, because we're not guaranteed the contract, right? Because it's not something that's so unique to us that we're guaranteed the contract, because the Sheriff's Department can meet this requirement as well.
I think that's certainly correct. They would have to go through an RFP. There is no guarantee. They could not, under procurement, under their town policies, they could not guarantee it. There's also the possibility that other agencies submit, they like that better. So if council decided they did want to go forward and participate in that, the $25,000 would not be a guarantee that a deal is reached or that we're a successful bidder or anything.
And then can you remind us what the benefits, I mean, I think the benefits to Los Altos Hills have been well documented and articulated, but I'm still not clear on how this would benefit Los Altos.
So assuming everything went as planned, I do think there's clear benefit to the town. I don't think there's dispute to that. I think we could put a model together that would benefit our residents as well, primarily by increasing our minimum staffing levels, so we have more officers on the street here than we have today, increasing the staffing in dispatch, so we have multiple dispatchers in the dispatch center at all times, not just in the overlap that we have now. Having said that, you put that model together, there's no guarantee that we're able to hire that many officers at all times, but then we are obligated to provide that service. So I don't want it to appear that from the high-level concept, Los Altos residents are guaranteed a benefit. I do think when you enter a contract to provide services, that does guarantee or ensure a benefit to the receiver of those services.
So based on how you just described it, to me, that's contrary to the dedicated staff model. Because what I'm hearing is, yes, we would have a larger pool to draw from, because we have a bigger service area, so that makes sense. But how do you reconcile that with the dedicated personnel for the hills? Meaning they're dedicated to the hills and they're dedicated to us, short of an emergency where everybody, all hands on deck.
So the minimum staffing levels would be in both jurisdictions. So Los Altos Hills at all times would have 2 officers. We at all times would have 3 officers. As Chief will tell you today, even though we're fully staffed on the officer side now, we just went through a period where we were not fully staffed. So even though we were meeting minimum staffing levels, we were unable to provide other services that city residents are used to, such as traffic or other ancillary services to police work. So what I'm trying to say is if we signed a contract and we were able to be fully staffed at all times, we could see a clear benefit to both agencies. If we signed a contract, the guaranteed benefit would be to the agency receiving those services.
But we can just be fully staffed on our own without the contract.
Yes, that certainly, I think, right, we're at the point where we've said we've shown a model that we think can work. I do think council, prior to going forward, should have a discussion on the realities of what implementing that model would actually look like.
And then my last question, just could you again remind us what this feasibility expanded study, what we're hoping to learn from it that we don't already know?
So the study we did was fairly high level. It didn't really, one of the things I'm most interested in, as an example, is how long a secondary response time, how long a secondary response call goes. We can tell you right now from the high level study how long it takes us to respond to point A to point B. But under this new model, if we have a call that needs backup, how long does it take for that backup to get there after the first call has arrived? Where is the backup coming from? And how often do we have events happening in both cities at the same time? And how would we prioritize those? So when we look at that, the high-level model is just going to tell us the number of calls. It's not telling us the type of calls. It's not telling us the secondary response time. It's not telling us how long it took to clear the calls. And even when you have more officers, these are all things you want to know before you guarantee police services to another agency.
Okay, and just to respond to that, I think that's, for me, listening to how you described it, it's helpful for me to say how we would develop the model and not so much whether or not we would do the contract, but because it's a different, yeah.
That's correct too, yes. We could also develop the model through this and then still council could decide, even with the model that's implementable, there's other considerations that are not included in the model.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a clarification, I think, let me make a clarification and you tell me if it's correct. You're not advocating for this. You're simply explaining what we understand so far, and you're not advocating it. You're saying you can, if we do further study, you can bring forward more information and you can lay out the model in a more complete.
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm simply trying to answer questions as was received in the high-level
Right.
analysis.
I do think that this discussion, it could be not understood necessarily. I just want it to be clear you're
That's a
explaining.
perfect clarification, yes. Our
Yes.
recommendation at this stage is for council to discuss it.
Right.
Staff's not making a recommendation to move forward or not.
You're not advocating, yeah. And I just wanted that to be clear because I think it could be understood either way. So let's see, did you have another question, Vice Mayor? Or Councilmember Daley, nothing? Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. City Manager, has there been any discussion with the Mountain View PD or the sheriff or anyone else with respect to mutual aid and whether or not providing services to the Hills would affect our neighbors' ability or willingness to help us in the event of an emergency, or vice versa? What type of whether or not it will impact our ability to fulfill our obligations if they're experiencing an emergency?
I have not had those discussions. I think probably the chief is better to answer that question, though.
So as it relates to our responsibility in response to mutual aid requests, is that what your question is about?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that in the event of an emergency where the Los Altos Police Department is not able to respond to every call that it's getting in an emergency, or vice versa, if Mountain View is unable to respond to all the calls that they're getting, each of those jurisdictions have agreed to provide aid to the other to make sure that there is coverage.
Yes, that's correct. So that would not affect that system. We have certain protocols in place that address the request for mutual aid either on our end or another agency requesting us for mutual aid. So that would not affect that.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. City Manager, if Los Altos were ultimately to provide police services to the hills, will the sheriff still be providing services to the country club neighborhood, which is kind of tucked in between the Highlands and Los Altos Hills?
So if that area is unincorporated, then yes, unless there was some type of interagency agreement.
Okay, would it make sense to ask the county if they would like us to provide services for that area as well?
We could certainly approach them about it, yes. I do think we'd have to look at and study the jurisdictional boundaries and where responses come from it as a part of it. But yes, if it's unincorporated island, it would probably make more sense for the agency provider to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Daley, you didn't have a question? Just checking one more time. Okay. So my question, following a little bit, our neighbors in the hills, the residents seem to be concerned about security, and they seem to be letting their city manager know about that. So when they're unhappy with their security, which, you know, that you could have the best police force in the Bay Area, which we do, but there's still going to be crime. So when they're unhappy, are they coming here then to tell you about this?
Yes, correct. We'd be the contract provider. The chief would have regular meetings with their city manager, regular coffee with a cop, regular outreach with their residents, but ultimately as a service provider, yes, we would be responsible to those complaints.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with my questions. I have one public comment card for this item. So, yes, and there's another one there. So, Teresa Morris, who I presume is still acting in her personal capacity and not as a commissioner. So I'm saving you 5 seconds there. And then Ms. Valadez, if you be ready for next. Thank you. 3 minutes, thank you.
It's brief. I have concerns about this, and it's interesting to learn more details about it. I think we don't have, I don't think we have enough on our staff to be able to handle the hills as well. And I do think, given their unhappiness with the services that they've had, I have concerns about that coming back to us. I think what our mayor just asked is really relevant to this conversation because we are stretched thin in a lot of ways here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Oh, okay, good. So the next, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, all right. Save, yes.
Same name, same disclosure.
Yeah.
I echo the other member of the public. I echo what Mayor Meadows said about the shared services. It just seems to me that the delineations between the two agencies or the two cities as agencies are quite drastic in terms of priorities. So I have a lot of concerns about this. I'm not completely sold on the dedicated position model simply because the hills occupy a large geographical area and a lot of interested residents. And even if 2 officers or whatever the report recommends or the study shows, it's probably never going to be enough. So I have real problems with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez. So that seems to be the end of public comment on this item, so I'm going to bring it back to council. Let me remind my colleagues that we're just deciding tonight whether to authorize moving forward with further study. And then if city manager didn't say we could decide to move forward with a further study and not authorize payment. So really there's only one decision. So if we move forward with the study. We have to, well, yeah, right. We'll raise private funds for the, and we have to authorize the funding or not. So that's really, is there, so what I want my colleagues to say is whether you want to study this further or whether you see need to do that or not. Councilmember Daley.
After 2024, I won't be the new guy anymore, so I won't always have to go first. I am not. Yeah, I did because I'm used to, because I like going first. I don't think I can support authorizing this study because I feel like no matter what happens, I mean, the study is to determine a workable model. So even if we determine a workable model, that doesn't address the risks that are outside that model. And I think we're fortunate we have a pretty collegial council. We can reach consensus and make decisions, but when you're talking about multiple jurisdictions, multiple governing bodies, and the potential for disagreements between the two jurisdictions, we have the real potential to undermine the morale and the effectiveness of our own police department, which I think is it's doing quite well right now. I'm very happy with the staffing level. I'm really happy with the leadership, our newest hire. I mean, all of these are really great indicators for policing in Los Altos. And I feel pretty strongly that even if we spend $25,000 and come back and get a model that looks like it's going to work on paper, I still wouldn't. The bar for me is so high to support this shared services model. I would have to be certain that in all of those meetings that Chief Everett will have with the mayor of Los Altos Hills and the city manager of Los Altos Hills, that nothing would occur in any of those meetings to undermine the chief's ability to do her job or would diminish her passion for the job in any way. There's just too many unknowns that could really throw a wrench into this, regardless of what the model says on paper. So I while I have friends in the hills and I understand their desires and their request, I just I don't think I can get there no matter what this model comes out to be. So why spend the $25,000 to do the model?
Thank you, Councilmember. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what Councilmember Daley said makes sense, and I in terms of we have, I believe, a very effective police staff right now. We're fully staffed. I think that they are providing extraordinary services, and I think that morale is good. And I do not want to risk harming that. I'm not hearing that that's a risk that the chief is anticipating. And if I did hear that, then I would be exactly where Pete is. But I haven't heard that. So I'm not ready to put the red light on it yet. Mayor, I'm glad that you brought up the question that you brought up because it's a concern that I had, and I was going to save it for my comments. There has been a clear and very public dissatisfaction amongst some of the residents in the hills, and I'm not on the Hills Council. I don't. It's not my bailiwick. However, just so long as staff understands that these are issues and people that they are now going to have to deal with, if they're okay with that, then I'm okay with that too. But if I heard staff say, I think that we're taking on a bigger population than we can adequately serve and talk to, then I would put the red light on there. When we first brought this up back in, what was it, August? I said conceptually, I think it makes a good idea, as long as it was not going to harm the service that we get in Los Altos, and it was not going to cost us anything. Then it makes sense to me to go forward with understanding what are the options and really to take a hard look at whether or not this is a good idea. I think that I am still there. I'm still open to the idea of providing services to the hills because I think that it does make a lot of sense for us to do that. I think it would be a benefit ultimately to both communities. But that being said, the Los Altos Police Department is our police department. Before I would vote yes to spending another $25,000 of our city's money, I would request that the Los Altos Town Council take a hard look at our policies, because I think that some of our policies are not going to appeal to them. In particular, I'm thinking about our ALPR policy. Our discussion, I think, was very different than the discussion that happened in the Hills. And I'm not saying one is better than the other, but we had our discussion, and I think the solution that we had was the right solution for Los Altos. And I want to be sure that the town council understands that our policy manual is different from the county's. And I'm not saying it's a take it or leave it, you got to play by our rules or not. If there are changes that the town council wants to suggest that are reasonable and are going to make the police better, I'm open to hearing those. But ultimately, I would need the reassurance that the town council is okay with our police policies and that they want to move forward with the understanding that those policies may not change and that ultimately those policies are going to be determined by this council. And I don't mean that to sound like I don't care what the town thinks. If we're providing services to them, I do care what they think and I do want their input. But again, ultimately, what's best for Los Altos is the responsibility of this council, and that's always the direction in which I'm going to go, and I suspect that my colleagues feel the same way. So I would say, yes, I'm okay to contributing the 25 grand, so long as the town council has really looked hard at our policy manual, and they're okay having our policies apply to their city, their town, as opposed to the sheriff's. Or if they want to pay the whole $50,000 to move forward, I'm fine with that too. It's their money, and if they have other issues that they want to address later, they can come to us on it. But that's where I stand right now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Liang.
Okay. I support moving further on this analysis. I think it will only provide information that we can learn from. It'll definitely benefit us to gain insight on how we can improve upon our services. And we will all learn about how we would both benefit from increased services and how we can better serve each other when emergencies were to occur. We have better backup. The response times will be, I'm sure, quicker. So I can see only benefits from a study and an analysis that we can learn from. And so, I'm all for having another city pay for it, but I'm okay with paying the $25,000. So I support moving forward on this item.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I am closer aligned with Councilmember Daly on this, and it's funny, Mayor, because you may have been joking in reframing the question that we give direction to move forward without the city paying the $25,000, because that's how I feel about this proposal, where I am not completely sold on the benefits that our city will derive from this. And so I wouldn't want us to invest $25,000 in a study that isn't clear to me that it would actually benefit our taxpayers. And so, our neighbors, we all have many friends on the hills. And I don't want to say no to our request coming from our neighboring city, but I do want us to think carefully into, the vice mayor. I wasn't sure where the vice mayor ended up, but Councilmember Lee Ang clearly wants to move forward. It's whether or not, you think they go through this study process, they pay the $50,000, and in the end, they may actually conclude that the sheriff's department is better at serving their community if the sheriff's department is able to increase the number of personnel serving their community, because the policies for the county are better aligned with the hills, because their geography is actually closer to the unincorporated area. So where I am, Mayor, I don't support the city of Los Altos contributing the $25,000. I would support having our chief and the rest of our staff and our city manager work with the hills if they want to conduct a study, work with them, provide whatever data they need, sit with them at the table, so that when the hills needs to make the decision and when they need to prepare their RFP, they have information from Los Altos. What I would prefer for us to focus on with the $25,000 is making sure we're fully staffed, that we're ensuring South Los Altos, North Los Altos, downtown has the type of service level we need. That's where our focus should be. And $25,000 may not sound like a lot, but it could do a lot for our community. And I think that's where our focus needs to be. And I don't think we're fully staffed. And I think we need to get fully staffed and ensure that we're responding to calls to all residents, and we're providing the level of service our residents expect and deserve. And so where I am, Mayor, just to wrap up, and I won't repeat a lot of what has been said, but I don't support paying the $25,000. I am open to having staff work with the hills if they want to pay for the study and explore the model with Los Altos, the model with Mountain View. They could also look at Mountain View, the model with the sheriff's department. It is on the hills to figure that out. And once they conclude that study, for me, if it demonstrates that it makes sense, then that's when I think we would submit a response to their RFP to say, okay, this actually would benefit us and this is how the model would work. But for me, I don't see the benefits to Los Altos in doing this. They're not clear to me. And I know, as the vice mayor said, Mr. City Manager has explained the benefits to the city, and I appreciate that, but I actually I'm not fully convinced that there's so many benefits coming to the city, and we have heard the concerns from residents, and the mayor said it well, why we want to pause before we rush to actually provide this additional service to our neighbors.
Thank you. So,
Mayor, I'm sorry, can
Yeah.
I make one comment? And
yes, you may. Two, if you
right.
make a good first one.
I get it. Oh, man. I don't know how this is going to go. A comment on the cost, and I wish now, after hearing the discussion, I would have written the staff report differently. The $25,000 would be the hard cost. That's the cost you pay the consultant. But this is not the type of report where the consultant goes away and comes back a year later and you have the report. This would have to be a priority of council because it is intensive staff time at all levels of the police department, particularly the executive levels, as well as myself, the assistant city manager. So I can't quantify at this stage what those costs are. I can tell you just at the initial analysis, which was pretty quick, it activated our entire organization. It required HR, it required legal, it required PD, it required administrative. So there is a quantifiable $25,000 cost for a consultant, but I wouldn't want council to think that if we're not paying that cost, it would still have to be a priority of council to move forward because it's a heavy lift and it's something we would be focused on throughout the year and it would push out other items.
So that was a good comment. Do you have a second one?
I do not.
What? All right, go ahead, Councilmember Lee.
So, just to be clear, this analysis will also identify benefits, and we can learn from it, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So we will positively gain, even if we don't decide to move forward on the shared services.
I do think that's correct also. I'm trying to quantify to council what the staff cost is to move forward as well as the consultant cost.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
Can
so
I just-
thank you.
Thank you. How would we positively gain? as a city, a standalone city from this study?
I do think learning more about the types of calls we have, how those calls are cleared, how long secondary response times come, how often Mountain View, Palo Alto, or the county has to respond into our agency. I do think there's benefit to knowing that. I don't think, I think some of the data that gets pulled and some of the conclusions you make until you've gone through it and really scrubbed the data, you don't know. Having gone through this before in a previous city where we did not move forward with a shared service model, we did discover a lot about our service models that could improve. So I do think there would be benefit to going through it. Is that benefit worth the cost? I think that's up to council.
And just to close it, Mayor, and you addressed what I was going to say. Where, Mr. City Manager, if we independently need to do a study because learning this information will help our taxpayers and our Los Altos residents, we should do it, right? And so if there are benefits to be derived separate and apart from whether or not we're going to do a contract with Los Altos Hills, and this would actually improve our service levels here in Los Altos and provide better service to all residents, then that's something I would support separately.
Thank you, Councilmember. So if I were deciding on the question of whether we should do this tonight or not, and this, I mean the overall question of the shared police services, not the question in front of us, which is, do we pay $25,000 and go in on this study? With the information I have right now, I would say the answer is no. I wouldn't move forward with the information that we have today. So then the question to myself is why, so what will that, so now I think that's a huge clarification you made. It's not $25,000, it's a council priority. You're asking us to, so I mean, this is big, this is infrastructure, this is whatever, so this is something that we're gonna talk about in a month or two. I mean, this is not just $25,000. This is big, and I'm aligned with you. And if we want to do this, if we decide it's a priority, we don't have to do it in this context. And in fact, the context will be driven in potentially a different way when we look at a shared service model versus just looking at our own services, I would assume, putting on a former consultant hat I used to wear. That's, yeah. So, so if I were being asked today, no, I would not support this. So why would I spend the $25,000? I just, the benefits didn't look so compelling, and it's more of, and it's not to say there can't be benefits. I believe we can discover benefits. We can learn things, and we can improve some staffing levels. But again, I think I align more with Councilmember Flagger that if we need to do that, then let's look at it as a budget issue, and it's particularly in dispatch. If that's where we need services or something, then let's talk about it and think about that. But my question wasn't intended to be funny when I said, I mean, you should all watch the council meeting. You can watch those public comments, and they will be right here in this room saying, fire Gabe England because you didn't want to put, X number of officers up there. And I mean, we can come in and tell you ourselves, fire Gabe England, but no, that's a different agenda item, and we're not going to do that. But, sorry.
You don't have
So-
a second from me.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, the agenda item is completely the opposite of that. Everybody can read, but I just don't see the benefit of trying to reconcile two different families when you've got they've got different issues. It's the country cousins and the city cousins, and it's just gonna be too complicated when reality hits the fan. So I just, to me, I'm not done, and we're not necessarily gonna debate this because we've got, I think, 3 opinions. But I will come to you. So I really don't, if there was overwhelming support for the 25,000, maybe, but again, it's not 25,000, it's a council priority. I don't see this. I'm not hearing that this should be a council priority. Yeah. So, if you want to bring it up again in January and revisit it, is this a council priority? Again, I would be with you, then let's do it right and do it our way. But so anyway, so I don't support it. So Councilmember Liang.
Would you support it if the Hills paid for the study? So the other question is, it's about, how do we prioritize public safety? This is an opportunity to learn, enhance our public safety division, right? It's a chance to grow it. So we have to understand, do we prioritize it? And if we say, yes, we would support it, but yet we would like to go back and see if the Hills will pay for it, I think that's another way we can approach this. And I think we should think about
Well, we
asking
have-
about
yeah.
that.
So
Can
this
we
is
do
what-
that?
But wait, what did you ask him?
Could we do that?
Do what? He just explained that this activates the whole organization. It becomes a council priority.
I know.
Yeah.
If we feel public safety and an opportunity to grow our public safety services, this is a chance for us to do that.
The better way to do it is directly do it, not do it through a roundabout way with our neighbors. It gets skewed by dueling priorities. Dual, D-U-A-L, and dueling, D-U-E-L-I-N-G. So why do that? Oh, another duel. Sorry.
And Mayor, just to add to that, I agree with you. We have our priority setting. In January, is it presumptive, Mayor? And we will discuss our priorities and the trade-offs, as you like to say, Councilmember Liang. So I think to the mayor's point, that's when it would be appropriate to discuss it as a potential public safety priority.
Agree. Okay, Councilmember Daley.
Even if the Hills pays for this, I don't want to do it. Our entire city staff and police department will be engaged in this modeling project, and they will be answerable not only to us, but to a town council that none of our residents elected, that none of our taxpayers support. And the potential, even in the modeling process, for animosities and misunderstandings to undermine morale and effectiveness is too much of a risk, in my opinion, for the potential reward, which, by the way, is a potential reward that we ourselves could seek through our own decision process without having, another co-owner of the process. So even if the Hills pays for this, now that I've heard how much engagement of our resources is going to be involved, and now that I've heard our city manager say this priority will push other priorities out and that there are opportunity costs for what we will be able to do, I don't want to have any part of it. We've already set our priorities. We've already determined what's important to us. And now one of those things that we've voted on, that we've had public discourse on and heard from our residents, now some of those things are going to be pushed off the plate because we're adding this. I don't think we should take it up. If we want to take it up during our priority setting, because of course public safety is a huge priority, then we can do that. And we can do that in the context that we define.
Thank you, Councilmember. So, Vice Mayor, and then let me just ask for clarification, then come to you. Do we need to take a vote on this? Do you want a motion when we reach our, or is this just a direction item?
It would just be direction. You're
Okay.
not voting on.
Okay.
If you
All
were
right.
going to authorize money, I would say
All right,
yes.
but we're not. Okay, so, well, maybe we're not. Vice Mayor.
So I just want to say that the comments that I made earlier was before the city manager had made his comment, which would have entitled him to a second comment.
Yes.
And I think that the city manager made a very persuasive argument why this is not a good idea to the council. I would still be open to it under certain circumstances, but those circumstances are far from being met. And it seems clear to me that there's a majority of the council that doesn't want to proceed.
Okay. So I think we don't
Thank
need
you,
to
Mayor.
take a vote. I think you've got the direction. All right, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item number 7 about the library patio. So who will be presenting this? Okay, those
Mayor,
guys.
we'll need just a minute to set up.
Okay, that's fine. Talk amongst yourselves.
Change of plans. We're not using the easels tonight, so we do not need a moment to set up.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
While Nick gets started, I'll introduce myself. I'm Steve Sutherland, the landscape architect. Here with Natalie. She's a landscape architect as well.
And so council, Director Zorn's Development Services. So I am going to turn it over to SSA, the landscape architects that have been contracted with the library patio project to discuss to the proposal for the essentially proposed expansion or implementation of a patio project at the Los Altos Library here at the Civic Center, which is a further expansion and refinement of what was initially kind of scoped essentially the last time that the council saw this. So with that, I'm going to let them take it away.
Mayor, council members, thank you. So we've been working with the library district for several months now, trying to identify the best place for a courtyard. Our main tasks, we had 3 main tasks. 1, to identify the potential courtyard. 2nd, to facilitate and collaborate with a stakeholder group, an advisory committee, and build consensus around a preferred concept, and then develop the preferred concept. So tonight I'm going to show you our preferred concept, and then I'll show you the findings that we used to come up with that. So with that, so the advisory committee consists of the Santa Clara County Library District. Jennifer Weeks and Rose Bazia are here, myself and Natalie Tan, Jane Packard, who I don't believe is here tonight, excuse me, Nick and Christine Fawcett from the Library Commission, and then Freddie Park Wheeler, board member of Lolly, and Suresh Shamangun, board members from Lolly. So those are the people that we've been working with in addition to the Chow family. So the project goals were to create an outdoor space for education and events, groups for 20 to 100 people with flexible programming. So not a lot of predetermined spaces, so that the space could be reconfigured with movable furniture, outdoor seating for library patrons of all ages, and then a secure courtyard where you could take books and library materials outdoors. And then encourage education and possible connections to the Heritage Orchard, strengthen that connection visually and educationally for children, and then also improve the circulation from San Antonio Road into the core of the campus at the museum. And then number 1, for the courtyard, provide ample shade because of, it is going to be right out in the full sun. So this is the preferred concept that we've come up with. It starts, can you get your cursor up to the pathway? So it starts with a realignment of the walkway that goes around the courtyard space from the museum, if you can follow the cursor, up to the entrance of what the courtyard would be, which is in alignment of the pathway coming down from the City Hall building, and then back over to the pathway that goes out to San Antonio Road. This road is widened, or this pathway is widened. In one small section there, it shares the use of the maintenance road for the orchard, so that we're not using multiple pavement for the same thing. And then it just provides a smooth transition from west to east through the courtyard. Then within the courtyard, we have the main space, which could be very convertible teaching space, outdoor activities with the shade structure. Can you outline the shade structure? There you go. So, and that would have movable shade panels so we can control the light in and out. And then the back wall, which we call kind of a classroom wall, would provide opportunities for AV or screen projection to use as the, so to speak, a front of the classroom. And then the area behind that would be storage for movable furniture. And that currently abuts an existing HVAC equipment area that would be become shared, but not impeded onto it. Just we would add to it, and then the wall that we were providing would provide sound barrier from all the HVAC equipment. And then we have a fence that goes around the entire area that is very transparent, with the idea that you want people to be able to see from inside the library, inside the courtyard, out to the orchard. It's such a asset to have the orchard, especially once it becomes viable again. And then in the area where Natalie is circling right now, we call those reading nook areas. Those are just unprogrammed spaces where people could take out books or library materials and sit and read or work on their computers or whatever. But the main space would be very flexible. We've shown it with one kind of arrangement of furniture, but it could be multiple changes for the furniture. Okay, next slide. These are 3D model views of the space. This is looking straight down. And these are also showing trees that aren't there now. Some of these will be new fruit tree, new or apricot trees. And it shows our fence where you can see the transparency of it. The main gate coming down from City Hall, where there would be opportunities for the donor recognition and the interpretive signage. We've located at least 4 places for additional orchard interpretive signage. And then here's a view inside the reading nooks looking west. And then this is in the classroom space under the shade structure. This is looking from the classroom area down towards the reading nooks. And you can see the transparency of the fence where you can see out to the orchard trees. That's what the shade structure looks like from above. That's what the reading nooks would look like from outside of the, from out in the orchard. Looking from the reading nooks out towards the orchard. And this is just kind of an early circulation study we did, looking at trying to combine impervious surfaces. So that's why we have connected that area where the curve is and the walkway comes around the front of the courtyard at the main entrance. You can go on. So the characteristics that for this site that we're showing, it's centrally located. It's the north entrance of the library. It has panoramic views of the orchard. The walkways from City Hall is all lines very nicely. Right now, there's an existing 650 square foot patio that's not really used. You can go outside there, but there's no place to, and people don't really use it. It's full sun exposure. And then the program elements that we've included are the major elements are shade structures, the reading nooks, permeable pavement, sustainable design solutions with storm drainage and plant material and all the material selections. And then the idea that the walls of the windows within the library look straight out and out through the courtyard into the orchard. And then the space is secure for the library, for their management, but also very transparent from the outside. And then it just provides a space for all kinds of outdoor learning opportunities. So the original sites that we looked at when we first started on this project, you can see the area A was where there's the existing fountain. We considered that area, but there are setback issues from San Antonio Road. It's not really big enough. Then we looked at expanding it to area B. That would include a potential children's courtyard. But again, the setbacks off of San Antonio Road made that area really not a viable solution. That's when we moved to area C. It has minimal impact on the Heritage Orchard. No interior changes required to the library. And it's located a safe distance from San Antonio Road, has desirable views of the orchard. And the existing pedestrian access is already in place. And then a larger footprint to accommodate the flexible library things. So just a little slower. A little slower. So the one of the first things that we started looking at, though, is how does this fit within this existing heritage orchard? So there's lots of different documents we've looked at. The Orchard Commons Committee has a report that was done recently that showed 444 trees. We started analyzing that with a survey that we had done, which does not encompass the entire heritage orchard. Can you circle the area where our survey covers all of where area A and B were and our courtyard area, but it doesn't include the area on both sides of City Hall and up to the north. So we recognize that they have 5 different orchard areas, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. They all have a different purpose, and we're trying to be as respectful of that as possible. So we tried to do, or we did do an analysis. However, I want to preface that by saying we don't have a brand new topographic survey of the upper part of the campus, but we're pretty sure from Google Earth photos what were the numbers that I'm about to show. So these trees shown here are all existing living trees. There are, I've got numbers. Bear with me here. There's existing 176 trees existing. The OCC plan for potential new trees shows 296 trees. We've identified mitigation trees of 45, and we know that OCC thinks that not all of those are possible, but we are displacing 10 trees in our courtyard, and that's those last 10 trees down at the very bottom, right along the edge of our courtyard. And the main reason for that is that expansion of the walkway that we've shown that goes from San Antonio Road to the museum. We've widened that to 8 feet wide, and that allows for bicycles and pedestrians to pass much more safely than they do now. Right now, it's a 5-foot walkway. You really couldn't pass bicycles and pedestrians safely in that zone. So the walkway is taking up most of that area where we've taken over where we want to displace those 10 trees and find other places. But we know that there's some pushback on whether or not all of those mitigation locations we've shown will work, but we feel strongly that out of 45 trees that we've identified as potential mitigation spots, there has to be at least 10 of those that are good. The budget for this project is we have $500,000 donated from the Chow family, $1.5 million from Lolly, and then the furniture and fixtures will be paid for by the Santa Clara County Library District. So all in all, it's about a $2 million project. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much. Nice presentation. So which of my colleagues may have any questions? If you don't want to go first, I'll go to the vice mayor. Yeah, okay, Councilmember Daly.
So you've identified 10 trees that would be displaced by the patio project.
Let me clarify that. The
Yeah.
10, okay.
Let me finish, please. It's my understanding those 10 trees don't exist now, and that the trees that are in those positions now actually are dead, that they're trees that were recently planted not too long ago. They are immature trees that never thrived, and part of that may have something to do with drainage and so forth there, and that those 10 locations for trees are substandard and less desirable. And what I'm hearing from you when you talk about 45 mitigation locations, those are 45 spots that could accommodate those 10 trees. So you have basically 4.5x in potential mitigation locations for those trees.
That is
Do I
correct.
understand that correctly?
That is absolutely
Thank
correct.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the work that you have done on this project. I appreciate that. Do you have any sketches or models showing the flow between the proposed patio and the existing library, specifically the children's room area? I'm just kind of curious what the flow of traffic is going to look like.
I don't have, we have looked at it. We do have some pictures. This is the door that would exit out into the courtyard. It's a single door, and there is a seating area to the right. It's not the teen room. This is the teen room, which is over just a little bit. And then down from that is just an open area with tables and chairs for people to sit and read. So it doesn't really impede any of the activities in the children's room. Maybe Rose or Jennifer could speak to that more clearly, but it is a circulation zone through the library to that door.
Okay. Could you go back to your thank you slide for a moment?
Excuse me?
Go back to the thank you slide.
Okay.
In looking at the picture here, the fence, it looks almost transparent. I mean, it's almost no fence at all, right? It looks like there's spokes that are an
That's
inch
it.
wide, maybe there's a screen over it.
That's the intention.
Hmm?
That's the intention.
Okay. That's a different impression than what the slides that were circulated to the council and the public look like. It does appear that the fence is it's gonna be, as proposed, it's vertical posts that will let people look out.
Right.
But unless you are looking directly out through the fence, really you're not seeing the orchard, you're seeing the fence.
That is correct. And then the idea was that you would have views where you would turn one direction or the other and you would see solid fence, but if you're looking out into the orchard, you would see clear view to the orchard. If you turn a little bit this way, you'll see solid fence again.
Yeah.
But as you move through the space, and look out.
And I see the logic of that and the appeal of that. I really do. For someone, however, walking on the path outside of the patio, instead of getting the light, which also is safety, from the library, really they're walking down. All they're really going to see in front of them is fence. I mean, if they look directly to their left or the right, depending which way they're walking, then you'll be able to see into the patio and into the library. But otherwise, it's going to be rather dark on that walkway, especially at night, won't it?
We do have lighting included. I don't know how, I mean, we would uplight that area along the exterior walkway, so that would be well lit. Because the library is open till after dark. Almost, I don't remember how many days a year, but it's open a lot of days of the year, so there would be lighting. The orientation of those slats, I mean, we have given considerable thought to that. However, it could be changed so that the angle of those slats stays perpendicular to the view of a viewer from the inside or the outside, so you could see in or out.
So I just want to caution us, we don't want to get into design review here tonight. That's not what we're doing. So let's back off of that. And that's
Just
okay.
to somewhat orient the council is if the concern is, as a consensus of the council majority, that you would like the opacity or the visual barrier to be essentially improved to be able to create less of a visual barrier, that's general direction that can be taken, and I will work again with the design professionals on their final submittal if that is essentially what would then be relayed back to the planning commission for their review.
Okay, thank you. Toward the end of the presentation, you had the Heritage Orchard overview slide that had the different colored trees. So there are 10 trees, which, as was pointed out, don't even actually exist right now, that would be incompatible with the design that you're proposing tonight. Am I to understand that those 10 trees would go somewhere where the red trees on the diagram are now put?
Wherever there are the red or orange trees, it could go in those locations.
Okay, so those are also trees that don't currently exist right now.
Correct.
It would be up to others to determine where
Correct.
those 10, if there are only going to be 10 mitigation
Correct.
trees, where they should go. Okay, thank you.
Now, I will note that the areas that we've shown mitigation trees may be outside of what the area in the original resolution of the Heritage Orchard was, but there is no document that says it's this many feet from the street to this many. It just shows a very diagrammatic plan of how many trees. So there isn't a document right now that has specific boundaries of the Heritage Orchard that we could find.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next question is for staff, either the city manager or the city attorney. Earlier today, a 22, 23-year-old 33-year-old resolution 91-31 was circulated. Is there anything in that resolution that would prohibit the council from moving forward with this conceptual design if we wanted to do so?
Not that I'm aware of, Vice Mayor.
No? Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation, and thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here in person this evening. So I'm going to actually start with you as the consultant for this project. You listed the budget, but it wasn't clear to me who is covering the cost for the consultant.
It's in those total numbers.
But is it Lolly? Is it part of the Chow donation?
Lolly.
Lolly is covering your costs.
Yes.
And how many hours have you spent on this project so far? Can you give me an estimate?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. On the advisory committee that you listed, has this proposal been approved by the advisory committee? I'm trying to understand the role of that advisory committee that represents different stakeholder groups and your proposal tonight. Was there a vote taken? Was there consensus? Should I take from that advisory committee list that all those stakeholder groups represented approve this proposed design?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Nick, can you help me?
As the majority of the individuals that are representative of the interested groups that represent the History Museum, that represent the city, and that represent Lolly and the Chow family, all have supported the design. There have been members that are ad hoc representatives that are a part of the Orchard Commons group that are in opposition. And that's obviously been very well discussed in this community in the last week. So, but the majority of the people and myself and the city manager had a meeting with 2 representatives of the board of the History Museum. They were in support of it a week ago. So the design that is before you was most commonly accepted, not formally voted at any level, but supported by all of the members that participated actively in the design process.
Thank you. On the design, and I know we're not doing design review tonight, Mayor, but the design and configuration that we're seeing tonight is a lot different from the first design that came forward. And I'm curious what changed and why we moved in this direction. It's a completely different configuration, and you know, without having to be there physically, it has a different feel where the first design, I got the impression that it was more of a meeting event type space. Whereas this seems like more of an outdoor seating area with a picnic area with bigger, that's how it comes across in the design. It looks and feels a lot different from the initial design that we saw a couple months ago. And I'm wondering if there was something that changed it, not just location.
No, I don't think so. I think the difference has been the refinement of the design through the committee and their involvement. If you could go back to the conceptual design, the whole idea is to have maximum flexibility in the space for events. There's a small area, the narrowest area down to the east is the outdoor seating area just for casual library users, patrons. The organized event space is the bigger space, that Natalie is circling now. That furniture arrangement can completely change. And that's the whole idea, is that it could be very, very flexible. It could be a stand-up event, it could be a sit-down event, it could be an educational event, it could be a lot of different things. Could be for children, could be for adults. That's what they want, maximum flexibility. So really, other than the shape of it, the program really hasn't changed.
The intended use, okay.
And Councilmember Fleiger, if I can interject, so when the city council sent this to the Development Services Director, I specifically worked with the design professionals, with the interested stakeholders, and specifically also the volunteers that somewhat represent the Orchard group with the History Museum. There was early concern about encroachment into the historic orchard along San Antonio Road. Those trees are very much mature and very much an area of potential concern or potential associated impacts with an expansion into the area. Also, I had genuine concern over the multiple different levels of grade change and the specific impacts that would take with the project of a lot of dollars being spent on modification and manipulation of grade, as well as it would have not adhered to the setback requirements for structures within the setback and spatial distance from San Antonio. with having a proposed wall or fence in that area. It would also have enclosed something that was originally at the last council meeting concern of the community of the quarter-century donation of residents of the actual fountain that was donated to the city at that time. The alternative space that has been identified and great deal of time spent with various stakeholders and specifically the design professionals was actually after doing on-site discussions with volunteers of the Orchard Group that specifically had discussions is that there wouldn't be an associated impact because there are no trees in that area. I have a picture of the orchard area today. There is no tree other than one at the very end of that row and bank of trees that exists today. Yeah. The remaining trees that were previously there were dead or dying and were removed by the Orchard Group. So there is no associated impact to heritage or orchard historic trees. And so there was that as a genuine opportunity to kind of reevaluate and reimagine that space and create the connectivity. So that is why you see a pretty drastic difference. The full intent of the conceptual plan that's before you tonight was to kind of meet in the middle as best as we possibly could of the intended size of the previous square footage, which was about approximately 7,000 square feet, and try to get as much as possible on this side without impacting, mature trees that are in this immediate area of the orchard. So it kind of culminates and brings together all of those components, while also taking back some of the space that's immediately adjacent to the building that's on the building side of the sidewalk, and dead vacant space of vegetated areas that we've actually had 2 trees fall during the winter storms onto the public sidewalk in the Civic Center area. And so those have been removed since that time, and it's really become kind of a little bit of a vegetated wasteland off to the side near the HVAC system. So that's really fundamentally why you see a really big shift from what you originally saw a few months ago to what you're seeing today.
And Mr. Zorns, I think you answered like 3 or 4 of my questions in that, but I do want to break it down a little bit just for clarity and discussion. And I will tell you, if our consultant here this evening had said the city was paying for his time, then I would be more concerned that so many hours had been spent before actually coming to council first to get our approval with this new location and configuration. But the fact that it wasn't the city paying these fees and all these hours have been spent, it's not a concern of mine anymore. Coming in, I was concerned that we had gone, down this road without actually coming back to council first for approval. But, thank you, Lolly. So on I'm still going to touch on the design and configuration, and thanks for that explanation, Mr. Zorns. Does it impact any of the parking spaces, this new walkway that we're adding that takes you over to the History Museum?
No, this actually is just a simple reorientation of existing sidewalk area that's very geometric almost in its configuration right now, very angular, and now creates more of a meandering path and then reconnects into the existing path at the very end. So it's really kind of just creating, very angular sidewalks to being a more curvatured that really actually follows the flow of where there is no trees.
And then on encroaching on the orchard, and I'm trying to reconcile what you just described with what we've heard from some residents. We will hear residents say that it's encroaching on the orchard. Whereas what I hear you saying, it's not encroaching on any existing trees.
That's correct.
Are you saying the same thing as the residents when they say it's encroaching on the orchard area? I just want to make sure that we're all saying the same thing.
I'm going to let the city manager answer that.
All right, so we're certainly going to hear that from residents, right? There's a good oral history with this. Does this encroach in the orchard area? I would ask, does the maintenance road encroach in the orchard area? Does the sidewalk that exists today encroach in the orchard area? Do the native plantings that are not trees encroach? The application is really up to city council. So do we have, are we violating a legal requirement by doing this? No, we're not violating a local code. Could council decide that still this is not the optimal use or what they would like to see for the orchard? Absolutely. But to say it's an encroachment, but then say the maintenance road, which was not in the original resolution, right, is not an encroachment, but this is, right, it's going to have to be a council determination.
Thank you. And then just two more questions, Mayor. Mr. Zorns, assuming council approves this in some form to move to the next step tonight, what's the process to get this to final approval? I know different commissions have been mentioned as potential reviewers. What happens, assuming council approves it or maybe sends it back and it comes back to us, once you get our green light, whether or not it's tonight or another meeting, what does the process look like to get it to final approval?
I will work directly with the design professionals in order to refine this further beyond just conceptual and have a pretty solid design plan that would go before the appointed body or bodies, depending. And that's going to be by virtue of what the municipal code stipulates as who the reviewing authority is for this type of project.
And I'll chime in here too. We need to clarify that we wouldn't have to go through design review since it's our own property, but we are going through design review.
That's correct.
So there's been other times, but in like the EOC, it went through design review because of wanting public comment and wanting it to be more transparent. So we didn't have to, but we will. And I'll just comment because there's been a lot of questions. As if this conceptual plan goes forward, it will follow the code. It will go to what reviewing bodies have been determined to be the reviewing bodies. It will go through the whole CEQA process because this has not been predetermined. It's not a final decision. It is just to go forward and do the review. So this is not currently a project for CEQA, but when it goes and becomes a permit application and goes through the entitlement process, it will go through the whole CEQA review. And what that ultimate determination will be, we can't say at this point. So I just really you wanted to know what the process was, doing full CEQA review and what that may be at that time. We can't say.
And then just to close that point, City Attorney or Mr. Zorns, will it ultimately come back to us, or is this the last time we're touching it? Whenever we approve it to move forward.
This is the last time the city council, you're conceptually giving the green light for the spatial area to move forward through the design review process with the appointed bodies.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Oh, microphone? Microphone?
Okay, you might have to go through until I tell you to stop.
What is he looking for?
The one with the red line. Keep going. It's further down. Keep going. I'll tell you further down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait. Stop. So you're saying this is the patio place that you're going to take up, that where this? This C area.
Correct.
Okay. What are the dimensions of that C area?
Exact dimensions, it's an L-shaped area. I don't think we have exact dimensions, but it's about 5,000 square feet.
So you went from you said there was existing 650 square feet of space, and now you're expanding it to 5,000 square feet.
Right.
I'd like to clarify though, the 650 square feet that the design team is talking about is essentially like sidewalk area entrance into it. It's not really usable. It does have a significant like slope to it. I mean, you'd be kind of sitting topsy-turvy on that. No one really is ever out there because of how it currently is situated. So it's, I mean, it's more of that there's permeable versus impermeable surface out there right now.
Okay, you're saying you're not counting it because of the sidewalk space area, but also that C area doesn't include the expanded walkway on the outside of it. So
Yes, it
then
does.
It
It does
does?
include the expanded walkway, and
It
just to
doesn't appear so.
To reinforce that 90%, or I'm not sure exactly, but a lot of square footage of our pavement is all permeable pavement. So we're not increasing stormwater runoff. Most of the water, the stormwater is going to go to groundwater recharge.
Yeah, to me, that diagram is still not clear to me, but we'll move on. And also the dimensions, I would have preferred to have clear dimensions and the square footage on that. So I am uncomfortable right now on the exhibits you're showing me. So could you bring up the working committee, please? Or the advisory committee? Can you tell me how individuals on this advisory committee were selected? Like you claim the History Museum was represented there, yet we have Jane Packard there. Is the director or the CEO of the History Museum not invited to join? Because after all, she has to sign the contract and is responsible for the Heritage Orchard. So help me understand how people are,
I think it'd be best if Jennifer Weeks, the director, speak to that.
All right, I'm just gonna ask a question. You're not gonna have all these different people popping up,
Okay,
right? I
then
mean,
I don't need
no,
her.
no,
He can
I,
answer it, that's
but no,
fine.
he so can you answer the question,
That's
sir?
fine.
Or do you
Yeah.
prefer?
I would say Jennifer and her team.
I don't need
identify-
anybody to pop up. If she's uncomfortable, you can answer it.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Well-
Mayor, I don't want this to get into a debate. either.
Exactly,
Okay.
so.
No, I
so
just want
that's-
an answer to my
so,
question.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I don't know that that's relevant to the decision we're making tonight anyway. This is the committee. We're not going
They're
to.
saying that the advisory committee, majority of the advisory committee, or Director Zorns was saying that they're the group that approved this. My concern is, how do we get this approval status? Why wasn't council invited to be on this working committee?
I can't answer that
Yeah,
question.
So no, okay, I'll add it to my comments later.
Director Zorns is going to answer.
I mean, we had,
Let him,
So-
let him
and I'll
speak
add
to it.
my-
Let
the,
him
the
speak to it.
council's opportunity to participate in the design is what we're doing this evening. Jennifer Weeks, the county librarian and director, was the one that helped facilitate our initial kickoff meeting, which was essentially a working group that ended up having these folks that are all listed on the page at our first meeting, with exception of the Chow family, because they weren't able to attend at that meeting. In addition to that, Elizabeth Ward, the director of the History Museum, was in attendance for that first meeting to kind of kickstart it. If at any point, whenever Elizabeth was not able to attend, Jane Packard was still in attendance in order to be able to provide as a representation of the History Museum and someone that has specifically been volunteering with the Orchard specifically. The project towards the end of this and the conceptual design was reviewed by an individual, I do not know the person's name, on the board of the History Museum that actually can take formal action on their discussion. They since have had a meeting, a formal meeting, which was at some point, correct? And then getting a nod from... Yes.
Please,
so-
please,
so-
if we can get to public comment, we might get some of these questions answered because
Correct.
Director Ward is here to speak. So let's not belabor. Let's take some of this stuff to discussion. If you're not comfortable with recommendations, that belongs in the discussion.
I still
So
would like my
focus-
chance to go
Yes.
through my questions.
Yes, I would like you to do that.
And I'm glad you asked about the process, but I need to go further into the process. Even though we move forward on the process, who's deciding what and when? And I'm not clear on that.
Can you be more specific about what and when on
So does it goes through the historical commission, right? And you said it's not going to go through design review? And
No.
what's the various channels it's going to end up going through?
No, so the city attorney opined is that technically the city is exempt from the design review process. However, in previous actions the city has taken, has included as a part of our process to essentially reinforce the public participation and as well as the disclosure of projects in the past, as well as specifically with this one. So the council action that previously was taken was to send this to me as the Development Services Director and have this reviewed under the design review criteria that's established in the code. That is what has taken us to this conceptual plan that kind of gives the green light for the new footprint, and then would be referred to the proper reviewing body, which would be, depending upon exactly what the final proposal ends up being green lighted from the council, will then be referred to the appropriate review body of the commissions.
Okay, thank you. Let me continue on to my questions, and that is important to have known. So I appreciate that you acknowledge that it's a heritage orchard. And were you aware that we have some muni codes that protect our historic resources?
Can you
Are
repeat
you
that?
aware of our muni codes that protect our historic resources? 12.44 historic preservation codes.
Mayor, I
Oh,
think.
yeah.
Point of order,
City
Mayor. I don't know
manager-
why
yes,
this question is even.
The city manager is stepping in. Yes,
Mayor, I think questions like that are best addressed to staff.
yes.
Okay.
We're not interrogating
Okay.
the consultant.
Okay, so can you please pull up the resolution 91-31, please? The document that, the Exhibit A that follows with this, please. So this is, Director Zorns, help me understand, because this is the map we continue to use. And in that resolution, we also acknowledge this as our historic orchard boundaries. So if I look at the recommendation of C that was proposed, it does go into the boundaries of the historic orchard that was laid out.
Point of order, is this a question?
So can you help me understand if this was shared with the advisory committee? Just be patient, please. I'm patient when everybody asks their question. I just need a
Okay,
little
let
bit
her
more
finish.
time.
Let her. She
Point of
turned
order.
it into.
Point of order. You going to rule on my point of order, Mayor?
Yes, I want her to ask her question. Put the question mark at the end of it if it's a question. What does the final
Was
part of the
this
question?
information shared with that advisory working committee?
I'm aware of the resolution, and this was shared directly with the design professional, not from me. So this was definitely brought to the attention of the working group and advisory kind of cohort, if you will, as a potential limitation on what was being proposed after initial designs had already been in discovery and well down the process. This has been a little bit of a yo-yo match in the process for the last several months of going back and forth, even though things had been pre-vetted out with representatives from each individual group.
So let me just point out that what's in front of us tonight is to authorize this or not. So,
Right,
and so if you're inclined not to, that's okay, but we need to try to move through the process. So can you go
I
to
can
your next
understand that
questions? Yes.
your goal is to just move through, but I have questions that
Yeah,
I
so
need
please
to get
continue.
asked. Okay. But I
Can I
would
clarify
appreciate
one thing about this map?
some time to ask my questions.
Can I clarify something about this map? This
Obviously
map
not.
I
Okay.
will allow him to clarify
Okay.
if you want him to clarify.
Go ahead.
This map is not to scale, not any scale, not even close to any scale. So what we've based our study on is count of trees. And there are multiple reports. Some say 444 trees, some say 420. So we were just looking at purely what can we get the most amount of trees for the Heritage Orchard. That was our intention. So what we have is the beginnings of an accurate map registered with a Google Earth photo, but we don't have a complete survey of the area north of the library or the area west of City Hall. So if we had that, we could nail it down to exact quantities, boundaries, whatever you want. But right now, that is not an accurate map.
And I'd like to expand the design professional team that has put forward the planting plan that was graphically shown on their PowerPoint slide is actually the most accurate potential boundaries of the orchard that has ever been graphically displayed in the city of Los Altos, because it actually takes into account the actual planting location of trees. There is no document in the city archives that identifies exact locations of trees rather than a hatched drawing of a not to scale plan, which does not indicate actual planting locations. This specific exhibit, which is attached to 9131, also does not even provide the legal description of the actual parcels as it was and should have been when it expanded it from the initial council action in 81 or 78, whichever date it was. There's been multiple actions that have been taken in order to modify or expand the historic orchard.
Okay, so
and that was
let's,
consulted.
can we move on to the next question?
Okay, so we have a muni code that governs how we move forward on our historic preservation ordinance. Do we not need to follow ordinance code 12.44010?
Certainly, the proposal and concept plan completely complies with Muni Code.
Okay, did we comply with muni code regarding noticing when it pertains to historic preservation, our historic preservation ordinance? Because under 12.44010, I don't think the notification criteria has been met.
Doesn't that notice is when we're designating something that's going to be
No.
historic?
No, any changes or modifications.
It's not changed or modified, I would say.
We are changing or modifying because
So
This
you're
isn't a
changing the
project yet. City manager, please
that's
explain.
the correct answer. Once it becomes a project, if noticing is required, noticing will be made pursuant to the municipal code. Tonight is conceptual, so you couldn't give notice until you have a plan or a project. As the city attorney said earlier, the project goes through CEQA. It goes through the various approval bodies. If there's notification required, notification is given. But at a conceptual stage, we wouldn't be able to provide notification or go through CEQA because there's not a project.
So my next question is to the attorney. I understand you said we would be going through CEQA, and I guess you believe that a common sense exemption would apply for this project? And could you help me understand that? Because
Yeah, I understand because we received questions from you about this in the Q&As. This is not a project. So we are relying on the common sense exemption at this point. When it becomes a project, when there's an application filed It will go through CEQA review, it will go through design review, and it is going to go through the public noticing process. So yes, I concur with the common sense exemption.
So wouldn't it have to go through category 31 of CEQA?
What's category 31? Can you help me better understand that?
It's the one about the historic, when we provide any adjustments to historic properties.
But we're not doing that at this point.
But when it becomes a project, it will
Yeah,
be,
when
and
it
it'll
becomes
go
a
through
project,
CEQA.
we will go through an initial study and we will determine if it's exempt. We will go through the CEQA process. I'm
Okay.
not predisposing approval of this project. I'm not predisposing any sort of CEQA exemption or CEQA application at this time because we do not have a project.
Well, I think you're by allocating common sense exemption onto it. I think you're pre.
No, it's-
We're going in a circle
Yeah,
now. I
it's-
want to cut this off. Do you have another question?
Yes. So, I just need a minute because I'm constantly being interrupted. I'm constantly being pressured to do this. A member of the public can take their time and go on and on. A director can do that. As a council member, I can't do that and take my time, gather my thoughts, ask my questions, and everybody's just rushing me. So I don't appreciate it. So
Madam Mayor, may I request a 5-minute recess for a bio break?
Yes.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Okay, my next question, Mayor,
Yes.
is to-
Let's make sure everyone, please. Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Liang.
is Director Zorns. So we're not doing design
Recording
review.
in progress.
And we're saying that this is a conceptual plan. But what we're really deciding upon tonight is where we're going to situate this patio location. Correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, what happens, are we obligated as a city to follow our own process?
Yes, and we are.
Okay. So I just need to ask that to get it on the record. So after this plan of this patio gets built, does it become city property?
Yes.
And then the lease would have to be altered?
No.
Okay. And then, so it becomes city property? Okay, just good to know. And then my question was, when this first came to us, it was presented as we needed expansion of the orchard room to expand our activities. And so Councilmember Fliger asked about the purpose of this. And this was presented as, we needed more space so we can broaden our programming and have more space to expand our programs. How is moving the patio to another location where it's not adjacent to the orchard room and the space that the children's room, entertainment room, or story room is, it's not opening it up to that location where we originally wanted?
I don't think I'm the best one to answer that. I think Jennifer Weeks would be, but I know that we, it's outdoor space, and the other space to the north or to the west was going to require a lot of building modifications. This requires no building modifications.
So one of the fundamental things, though, that was initially discussed was, yes, about the expansion and the potential indoor-outdoor space and flexible uses of the orchard room that exists today with the nearby adjacent fountain area that was previously under consideration. However, that wasn't necessarily that it had to be specific to the orchard room. The orchard room could have been closed off, and they would have been able to also take access from the children's room to be able to have flexible indoor-outdoor space from both of those interior rooms. But because of the consideration and also the sensitivity, again, to the very mature apricot trees that are on the area immediately adjacent to that portion of the library, I discussed specifically with Rose and with Jennifer of the library in order to be able to understand what their operational needs were, but also then what potential alternatives would have been reasonable and suitable for their operations. And it is different than the initial kind of proposal that was considered when it was first posed to the council, but it does still meet a variety of their operational programming needs, but it's in a different capacity than it previously was. So it's really just kind of sharing space a little bit differently, and inevitably that is what the library is all about, is about sharing space in a community area.
And just to add to that, the initial location, the fountain, when we received direction from council, the fountain provided unique challenges to meet the needs of the library with the gift that had been given to the community.
Is it our intent, city manager, to revive that fountain and make it useful as a fountain?
I've asked the Parks and Recreation Director to get a quote to see if it's possible to restore it to a fountain and take that quote to the Library Commission for initial determination on a fountain or other uses before it would come back to City Council.
So if you say by termination because it's not a useful fountain, and it's possible that it would be could be relocated, is the committee open to
So I think,
revisiting that space?
I think the determination was made is that we couldn't really move the fountain and that it was difficult to design around it while still meeting the space, access, and security needs that the library desired.
Okay. So then, Nick, I think my question is, or I guess with the map, I need to understand, like you were saying, how the 650 square feet grew to 5,000 square feet. Could you help me understand that and see that? What part is 4,000? What part is 1,000 square feet? And, you know, I just need to understand the clear dimensions of how this is looking and where it grew, and that's what I really need to understand and see.
So I don't think tonight we can provide those specific dimensions. I think the intent of the design was to look at areas that were underutilized or not utilized that were also hardscape, like the sidewalks, the entrance. I don't know if it's called a berm, but the hill next to the sidewalk. But we certainly would not be able to tonight to break out specific dimensions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to ask one question, and I think then we'll be done with questions, and we'll go to public comment. Please get your speaker cards. If I don't already have them, I have a number of them up here. So my question is, and you showed us and mentioned secure. When you described the space, you talked about it being secure and safety, but I think I also understand that we're not losing our rear access to the library, that we can access it through this new space. I don't know, we're not up on the diagram. We don't have the diagram up anymore. But we can get to the library from that side now,
Absolutely,
and we're not losing that, correct?
exactly. No,
So it's still a library entrance and exit.
absolutely.
So it's not secure. When you say secure, to me, that means we actually can't go in and out of the library there. But that is not the case. It is still an entrance and an exit.
It's secure in terms of keeping children from running out of the space.
Yes.
It's secure in terms of somewhat managing whether or not people take library materials
Yes.
outside of the courtyard.
Right.
This isn't a high probability in this community, but the library feels like they can manage it and they consider this secure.
Right. And there were some questions again in some of the public comments we received. So it's secure from the library perspective. It's secure for the children. It is not closing an entrance and an exit from the library. Okay, I think that's an important clarification. Thank you for that. So now we're going to go to public comment. I've got a number of speaker cards. We're going to do 2 minutes per speaker. And if there's other speaker cards out there, please pass them over so we can get there. I'll cue you up. Please be at the end of your aisle if you're planning on speaking. We're going to start with Alice Mansell, followed. Alice was not fathered by Catherine Nunez. She's going to be followed by Catherine Nunez. And then Chip Leon.
Okay, 2 minutes, I'll be quick. Good evening. Sunday I heard Robin Chapman speak down at the San Jose History Park. She's the one who wrote the book about apricots in the valley and 2 others. She's also the one who organized getting Bruce Barton from the Crier and a city manager to have a photo by the new heritage sign for the orchard. She brought the ladder. Initially, they thought it would just be one city council member, her, but she pinged her old high school group after she came back for many years being a court reporter for the U.S. Supreme Court. And either Bruce or the city manager said to her, I didn't think this many people cared about the orchard. There were over 100 people in that photo, including some people sitting over there. She said the reason she got involved was she came back home to take care of her parents. Like orchardmen take care of trees, it's a generational thing. And she noticed that the legal standing of the orchard was kind of shaky. So she took it upon herself to get the municipal code in there for it, to protect it. It was a historical thing. She said then there had to be a sign. and then there had to be publicity. Thank you, Crier. Then, around that time, the city staff wanted to float a bond issue to build more things on the orchard. What a surprise, it didn't pass. People care about this orchard. I'm one. In July, I started with the harvest, helping out as a volunteer. I then got involved taking pictures for publicity. I was there when the irrigation was added, the drip system by the library as the first test, using a grant from a water agency and city staff and city workers. I was there when Jane Packard told me that essentially, she's listening to this, I'm paraphrasing badly, she held her nose and agreed to Plan B and put the irrigation ending where Plan B would end.
Thank you very much, Ms.
But
Menzel.
not C.
Next is Catherine Nunez. Yes, but that's all right, you're going fast. Chip, Leon, and then Teresa Morris.
Okay, apologies for my laryngitis. I will speak in a commanding low voice tonight, but otherwise I have to whisper. So my name's Catherine Nunes. I've lived here in the area for 30 years, and I've been active in the community and on city and public issues impacting environmental, natural, and historical resources, the treasured places, spaces, and uses that all Los Altons love, and most especially the resources that are landmarks and the city itself has deemed important to preserve and protect. The few comments I want to make, I sent something out, not sure it got in there, was that today we're writing and speaking on behalf of the proposed library project, but the real decision in front of you is the authorization by the City Council for the use of Civic Center land. That land was not denoted in any of those staff reports of what it was. We found out over Thanksgiving weekend. And that specifically means encroachment and changing the landmark heritage orchard and the provisions that are in there. There is a resolution in 1981, the council vote for the landmark resolution of 9131 that you saw was filed with an exhibit map. That map did have a number of tree sites on it, and it did have boundaries associated with it. Scale or not scale, you can tell where the orchard goes. So it is in there. And when we embark on a project like this that encroaches on that kind of land, we should have a specific procedures, and we do. It's checked under CEQA. It's checked under all those things that people are telling you that'll all happen later, we'll get it done later. And the thing about it is when you're on a landmark, you got to pull it forward. And we need to have processes that really protect our historic resources. So first of all, I just want to say we're a certified local government. We've got to be stewards of this, and you guys have done a great job of this. I think that you should vote no on this measure, and I believe you'll reject these proposed plans to alter this beloved and historic space, because if you vote in favor,
Thank you, Ms.
you'd be the
Nunes.
first council to
Mr.
give this
Leon?
land away. It won't come back.
Followed by Teresa Morris,
All right, Kathy,
followed by Larry Lang.
thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to say, I appreciate what you guys do up here. I know you spend a lot of time and you're trying to balance a bunch of views, and so I appreciate that. My name is Chip Leon. I'm a resident of Los Altos. My wife's been here her entire life. I've been here for most of my adult life. I rise in support of our apricot orchard because the orchard can't speak for itself. I request the council not take action for a couple of reasons. First is my love of the orchard. For the last several months, my wife and I have been volunteers. And if you go out there and look at some of the donuts that were made around the trees to provide water to those trees, many of those is my work. So I'm obviously totally supportive of this orchard. I grew up in Willow Glen. I'm a fifth generation San Jose, and every school I went to, I walked through an orchard. Probably illegally, but that's what I did to get to school. So this is a sacred resource. It is a historical landmark. We cannot treat it cavalierly. I'm not saying you are, but it's really important that we follow process, not just our ordinances, but CEQA. I respectfully disagree with the city manager on the legality of some of these points. Although I am a lawyer, I am not a land use lawyer, and I'm not an expert on CEQA. I admit that. But as I go through those rules, I'm having a hard time finding how we are following those rules clearly. So I would ask you to take very, very careful consideration of this process. I appreciate the fact that where they're talking about getting rid of encroaching the orchard, there are no trees. There are no trees because we have failed to manage that orchard properly. And that is not a reason for being able to encroach on that property. So with that, I respectfully yield my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leon. Teresa Morris, followed by Larry Lang and Elizabeth Ward, and Teresa's still speaking on her own behalf.
Thank you very much. I was just going to do that. There's so much to say about this, and it's going to be hard to do it in 2 minutes. But here's the first thing. If our orchard were healthy and vibrant like Saratoga, we would not be having this discussion. We would have full orchard. We'd have bugs. We'd have bees. We'd have people. It would be amazing. I'm disappointed, and I feel as though we've really failed as a city for taking care of an asset that we are responsible to take care of. So when people say that there are no trees in that area, that's right, we killed them. They're dead. And that's an area where trees are supposed to be. So I would respectfully request that we mark out where this area is that we are supposed to be protecting. What is our heritage orchard? If that map is the map we have to go by that is now being talked about as though it's not a map, then let's stake it out. Let's put some lines out there so that people understand what we're talking about. Because from what we're seeing, as people who aren't jumping on this going, yeah, we need this patio space enlarged, it looks like we're encroaching on our orchard. And it is shameful that our orchard is dead and in the state that it's in. I believe also that we've lost sight of the reason for the expansion. It's they want to be able to have more programs and have more people attend the programs. Here's some ideas I have for that. Allow the library to use the Grand Orchard Room for their popular events. Doing so solves a space problem and also brings more people into the community center, which is what we want. We want more people to see our community center. We'd like more people to rent the rooms in them. Encourage the library to schedule events with capacity in mind and to schedule duplicate events for those that fill the capacity. Encourage the library to use a sign-up system that manages the amount of people attending. Look for a different location for this expansion, such as the area near the trash area, the library trash area, where they park that little bookmobile. That would be another one.
Ms. Morris, Larry Lang, followed by Elizabeth Ward, followed by Catherine Lang.
Hi, my name is Larry Lang. And I'm the president of the board of the Los Altos.
And you're speaking for yourself.
I am not.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted him.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit extra.
And I'm the president of the board of the Los Altos Mystery Museum, and I'm speaking in that capacity. I'm also on the Historic Commission. I'm not speaking in that capacity. Okay. That's probably good. As you know, the city recently contracted with the museum to take on care and restoration of the heritage apricot orchard. In that capacity, the museum has had some interaction with our neighbors at the library regarding the patio project. Back in May, the museum board approved a general position statement from our executive director. A fair summary would be that the museum is supportive of the project as an opportunity to increase community engagement with the heritage orchard, while at the same time requesting that any impacts on the historical resource be avoided and mitigated as much as possible. Our volunteer leader on the orchard project provided some feedback on the design proposal, but the board has not yet had an opportunity to review the latest design, as published in the City Council agenda just a few days ago. So the museum has no formal position on this proposal, positive or negative. We appreciate the inclusion of the museum and stewardship plans for the Civic Center. We take seriously the responsibility of collaborating with all the stakeholders and look forward to future collaborations for good outcomes for the community. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Wow, you could have actually talked slower.
It was the pace of the room. It was the pace of the room. And I wanted to leave time for any improv if you wanted to suggest.
No. I'll pass up on that. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Did you have a question? We do have a question for you. Yes.
Is the board of the museum going to take up this?
It's not currently agendized, but we could. Right. I mean, in the end, you know how this kind of stuff works. I can't speak for the board if the board hasn't voted, right?
My question is simple. It was
not currently
just,
agendized.
do you have plan? So the answer is it's not on an agenda yet.
Right. It's not agendized at this time. We had a meeting just earlier this evening, but considering the short time from when the proposal was published to that, it seemed unproductive to try to rush to some sort of conclusion without.
I'm sure it would have been properly noticed if you had tried to do it.
Yeah, well, just anyway, from a deliberation point of view.
All right. Thank you very much. So Elizabeth Ward, followed by Catherine Lang, and then Janine Valadez will be the last speaker.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Hello, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Ward, the Executive Director of the Los Altos History Museum. As you all know, Los Altos History Museum has a contract with the City of Los Altos to maintain the Heritage Orchard. Dr. Jane Packard is the volunteer chair of our Orchard Commons Committee, who has been primarily one of our amazing volunteers that we really depend on to do this work. This process of the library patio has been personally very, very difficult for her. She was put on a committee with a lot of people who had all were in agreement with each other about how wonderful the patio was, and she was put in a position as the only sort of oppositional voice to say, well, wait a minute, let's try to mitigate, let's try to think about some other things. So it's been a very adversarial process for her. It's been a difficult process for her. As the executive director, I'm concerned about the well-being of my volunteers when they're put through a process like this. So as we go forward over the next 5 years with the museum under the responsibility of caring for the historic health of the orchard and the 400 trees, 450 trees, as many trees as we're trying to get in there, this process was not helpful for me to be able to keep Jane on as a happy volunteer. This process was very difficult. We need to know what the boundaries are of this orchard. We need to know what it is we're trying to maintain. We need to know which trees we're trying to keep alive. So we were putting in drip irrigation. We had a contract, we had a grant to put in the drip irrigation. This project came up. We had to actually change the boundaries of the drip irrigation that we were putting in. So the last 2 trees, yeah, they don't have the drip irrigation on them. We can't make them living trees anymore because they don't have the drip irrigation. We really need a process in place where we know what is the asset we are trying to maintain on behalf of the City of Los Altos. And this process was not the process that we expected. We thought we knew what the boundaries were, and we thought we were working within it.
Let me thank her, and then now, yeah, go ahead.
Why didn't you want to remain on that advisory committee with Jane?
I did want to come to some of them, and I was not invited. So I think there was one where I did come. It was good. It seemed, Jane really wanted this space. Jane was really looking forward to being able to have programs, to being able to bring kids in, to being able to teach them how to pit an apricot. She was really looking forward to a beautiful space out in the orchard where we could do some programming. So that's why we've been generally supportive of it. We were looking forward to something like that. And that's why we remain hopeful that there could be a space where you could gather out in the orchard. We still think that's a nice idea.
Do you feel you weren't included if you wanted to keep attending with Jane?
I did not. I really feel badly that I didn't better review the process of who was on that committee. I didn't realize it was sort of 8-1.
So I don't want to get into this postmortem any more than we have already, okay?
thank
So we can take that up with you one-on-one if we have further interest. So, okay. Well, no, that's fine. We got a gist that something went on that wasn't so constructive in the view. Okay, so Catherine Lang, followed by Janine Valadez.
Okay, hello. There's been a lot of discussion about the Heritage Orchard impact. No offense to all the tree lovers in the room, but I'm not here to speak for the trees. The proposed patio is just not what I want to see for the library, having only known about it for a few days, courtesy of my husband. And I feel many people would want it if they knew about it. I don't think the advisory committee who approves of this project represents all the interested stakeholders. I think all library patrons are stakeholders. I've lived here 25 years. I'm at the library at least once a week. I haven't heard people clamoring for an outdoor space. It kind of seems like maybe we're just trying to spend this chow money. And I don't think we need outdoor space for programming. We have the brand new, beautiful community center. It has a great outdoor space. It has everything you would need to have an outdoor program. People do use the bench behind the library. I sit on that bench. A couple more benches would be nice. The library's study carrels are a great place to study when you need to leave your house, for example, if your husband is recently retired. And the view from the teen area and all the carrels will be lost because I don't believe in any way the fence will be transparent. I don't believe that. I believe you won't be able to see the trees anymore. And if you look at the way the carrels are situated, they're all facing the window and facing the trees because that's what people want to look at. And I would have loved to see a photo of the actual fence because, like I said, I don't think it's going to be transparent. And normally, if you want to use a book, you check it out. So the only reason you would really need to keep a book in an outdoor space is maybe if it's a reference book. Those are the most valuable books, the most likely to be damaged by food and drink. And I think everyone's going to be eating and drinking on this patio, and books are going to get damaged. Okay, that's it. I hate the fence, mostly.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Okay, and can I ask, please, public, not all this, I want to be able to listen to each speaker. Please, no, and I'm speaking, I wanted to hear you, but there's a lot of muttering and other stuff going on. So, Ms. Valadez, bring it home for us. Thank you.
I've already made my disclosures. A point of confusion for me is that the last paragraph of the analysis section of the staff report refers to multiple exterior entrances at the patio. So that doesn't lend well to security for books and children in my mind. But my issues are different. I believe that we're understating the impact to the trees or the potential for trees in the areas where the trees have died. And that's because of the northerly position of the patio. We're understating or not stating at all the impact of the extension of the shade pattern into the orchard. So it will impact trees that go beyond those 10 missing trees, especially if we have height with regard to shade structures and such. So that could impact 2, 3, 4 rows beyond what we're showing in the diagrams as our sun sets in the southern sky. I originally thought a goal of the patio was to activate the orchard, and I just don't see any such benefit so derived. So I have a real problem with that. I also don't like the fence. I had a strategic hope that a second story, that this group would raise enough money and get enough grants to add a second story to create their rooftop space with views of the orchard. That would activate it. It would also set the stage for a future pedestrian overhead access from downtown to the community center area. I also agree with initiatives to map out the orchard precisely so that we understand the asset we're trying to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez. That's all the speaker cards. I'm not seeing anyone rush forward. So with that, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to council. Let me remind my colleagues, staff is asking for authorization for the use of Civic Center land for the construction of outdoor library patio and to send to Planning Commission and go for whatever further processes that are deemed appropriate. We don't have a project as yet, so with this authorization, I assume then a project would be formed, all the CEQA questions would be addressed, and this is a conceptual plan. So I will see if any of my colleagues want to start. Councilmember Flagger?
So, Mayor, I actually have a follow-up question for the
Yes.
consultant
Makes
or Mr.
sense. Yeah.
Zorns.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if they'll be able to do it, and that's fine. But based on the comments, which we received emails and we heard some of that tonight as well, if we were to design this outdoor space so that it didn't encroach, because it actually you have the wider section where we would have events and you can move around the furniture, separate from where you have like the individual seating areas that lead to the walkway. If we were to design it so that it doesn't encroach on whatever area is considered the orchard, what would be left?
I'm not sure how to answer that. If we were to make the walkway narrower,
So you bring it in more.
and pull in the courtyard in that area where we call it the reading nooks, we could potentially not displace maybe 7 or 8 trees.
And what's the trade-off there? I'm trying to envision if you did that, what would be the trade-off apart from obviously a smaller space? But would there
Just
still
a
be
smaller
sufficient?
space. It would be less programmable, a little bit less flexible for the library.
Councilmember Flagger, I think the library would be best suited to answer that question.
Yeah.
They're probably not best suited to answer it on the spot. The last time we asked that question, we thought we could go forward with a patio that would meet the needs of the library and include the fountain. That's why we're back tonight, because we determined the changes, the direction was made didn't meet their needs. So we would certainly be happy if at council's request to bring that back. But I wouldn't ask the library to answer that kind of on the spot tonight. If council wanted us to consider to have the group, again, it's a private group, consider an alternative design, we could bring that back.
And let me just confirm that I support staff and the rest of the advisory committee members who participated looking at an alternative to the original West Side location where the fountain is, because I agree that wasn't the right location either for the different reasons that were raised at the last meeting. And I think this is a better location because you have a direct view of the orchard. I like a lot of things about this location. I'm just wondering if there's a way to design it accepting the fact that it would be smaller, but in a shape and size that wouldn't extend to the area that we're hearing people view as encroaching on the orchard.
I think that's certainly the purview of council.
Thank you, Mr. England. And Mayor, I'll just make my quick comments, and thank you, everybody. Thanks for the presentation. And it's obvious a lot of time and hours went into this. And there are obviously emotions involved as well. A lot of people are very passionate about our orchards. And we appreciate that, and we appreciate them wanting to protect our trees here in Los Altos. I still support the library expanding its space to some outdoor area. As someone, since my kids were little, who would go to the library and see it busting out of the seams, essentially, like, they need more space. I know we heard from Mrs. Lang, and it was great hearing from her. We hear from Larry all the time. But I do believe that there is a need for extra space at the library, and I don't think there's an opportunity for us to go up at this point. I don't think there's funds for us to do the development that was discussed a few years ago. And so here's an opportunity for us to expand space, which I think would be used. So I support this additional space. I support having some outdoor area. Either for me, Mayor, I know we don't want to design from the dais. I don't know if they could come back to us or what that process would look like, but I'm not 100% sold on this design, but I still support the concept of outdoor space for our library. I think it's needed. And I also think it would be nice to have that outdoor space. On the fence, I agree, if the idea is to be able to sit outside and look at the apricot trees, then it needs to be a little bit more transparent so you can see the trees without actually, and I know this is minor, but I agree with the comments on the fence. I think maybe different material or a different design would work better if the whole idea is to be able to look out on the orchard while you're sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to take my second comment that
All right.
earlier. I just want to amend my previous answer. If this is direction to staff, we can certainly bring this back, but I also want to make clear this is private funding with a private group. They may not agree. They may not want to take another look. So I want to make sure I'm not speaking on behalf of them. If it's direction to staff, we are happy to. The private group ultimately decides as you've seen, what is being presented tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Daley?
Before this came to us tonight, we provided some guidance. Key within that guidance was protect the orchard. That was probably the most important element of the guidance that we provided. I think that the plan that has come before us tonight reflects great effort to preserve the orchard. And at the same time, I really sympathize with the folks who object to losing even one tree. If I'm on my hands and knees out in that orchard, I don't know. I mean, some of us feel like trees are people too, so to speak. So I get that. I get where you're coming from. And I hope that we can find a compromise that reflects the unique veneration of history in Los Altos. I mean, we have the Gilbert Smith House, we've got this orchard, we've got a number of other properties in our historical resources inventory. I'm not too hung up on design elements. I think if we frankly provide guidance that says you better doggone well be able to enjoy the orchard from this space, that the professionals who do this for a living will be able to meet that requirement. I also think it's important to honor the intentions of the donors, not only the Chow family, but also all of the donors that have contributed to the library endowment over the years. And that's another aspect of our community that I think is really special. As you walk around this campus, or if you walk around our parks, Lincoln Park and other places, you will see things that members of our community have funded, gifts that they have given to future generations. So as I consider this, I am less concerned with how it might impact my life or the residents' lives today. I'm more concerned with what's the legacy of this project, and is it in keeping with our veneration of history? Is it in keeping with the way we honor past residents and their gifts to our community? That was one of the primary reasons why the site selection changed. Sure, there's setback issues and various things like that, but council could address those if we had an appetite to do so. The real key piece was that there's already a historic monument in that location with names of residents who contributed, some of whom recently departed. As to the orchard, I do think it is incumbent upon us to do a better job of defining that resource. I have spent time looking at all of the documents referenced, looking at the map. I have spent time reading the words of the original council members who passed these resolutions. Not just the words in the resolutions themselves, but the words that they have offered in explanation in the town crier, and other sources. So I am supportive of this project and of this location. I still think we need to adhere to the guidance that we gave initially, which is do your very best to protect as many trees as you can. But I also believe that with 45 possible locations for the 10 trees that we're displacing, and with the conditions in that space where the trees that we have relatively recently replanted have failed to thrive, I think that we are not doing the orchard a disservice as long as we put adequate care into finding the locations for these other trees. And I would offer even a suggestion that maybe would garner some support from the other Loraxes in the room. What if we displace those 10 tree locations, but we add 15 trees someplace else, and you end up with a net gain of 5 trees? I mean, there's 45 potential locations. 15 new trees would be just basically a 3-to-1 ratio. I think, hopefully we could find spots to put those trees. I will defer to the expert. We're lucky enough to have a wonderful volunteer who knows a hell of a lot more about what makes locations viable than I do. So with that said, I can support a motion to authorize the use of this Civic Center space for a project that meets the guidance that we have already issued.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
I'll
Councilmember
yield to
Liang?
the councilmember. You go ahead.
Which of you is going to go? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So this has been quite an evening. And we have seen an awful lot of passion for our civic property. And it is the result of, unfortunately, finding ourselves in a zero-sum game with respect to the orchard and a library patio. I think the reality is, if there is going to be a library patio, it is going to do one of three things. It is going to interfere with an historic fountain, or it is going to somehow interfere with an historic orchard, or it's going to interfere with parking. I don't think that there is a way of avoiding at least one of those unfortunate consequences. Let me start by saying I think that the process tonight has been proper, not just legal, but proper in that we have followed the format that we set for these types of meetings. The only irregularity was when the design sketches came out, and that is unfortunate, and I note that because I myself was not able to walk the area. I didn't have time since getting the sketches to actually go out and walk the area, and I know there are other members of the community who did not have the opportunity to do that either. I am very keen and aware of the real worry of people in this room that we have an historic property and it appears to be the first time in 30 or 40 years that the council is seriously considering somehow modifying that. And I think that's one of the reasons that there is such passions being displayed tonight, and it's certainly understandable. We've had a member of the public speak for the trees, and I appreciate that because the orchard needs to be spoken for. What we have not had tonight is anyone speak on behalf of the children and families who use the library. That did happen back in August. I don't think it can be reasonably disputed that the existing library facility is inadequate for the programming that it is hosting and that it continues to want to host. And while I would support the library using other facilities, the community center, the Grand Oak Room, as needed and appropriate, they're not always available. And I have a hard time supporting the position that, well, we should just tell the library that they should have smaller gatherings and programming that doesn't attract as many people. That just seems counterintuitive to a library. When the council first took up this question back in August, Library Commissioner Pierre Bedard was here, and I thought that he gave a very compelling argument about why an outdoor patio and outdoor extension was needed. And ultimately, I think it comes down to this. Our community is much larger than it was in 1991. It's much larger than it was in 1981. It's larger than it was in 1952. We have more people using scarce resources. Our facilities, for the most part throughout the city, have not grown to accommodate the growth of our community. I have not done, Pete, what you did. I have not gone back and read all the old resolutions. I have not read the words of the council members and the other members of our community. But it seems hard for me to fathom that when the historic orchard was established, it was done so with the idea of boxing in other community assets. And not just any community asset, a library. A library is a center for the community to gather. And the same thing can be said about the orchard. I do not find it compelling to say if the city council went forward and decided to take away 10 spots where trees could otherwise grow and be part of the orchard, then that's the sky is falling. That means that the council has made a precedent, and the orchard is all but gone. It's just not true. I think that there is room to accommodate all of our community. The preservationists, the families that use the orchard, and the families and patrons that use the library as well. The reality is that our city has changed. Cities change over time. We are very, very different from what we were 10 years ago, let alone 60 or 70 years ago. And I simply cannot support a position that says you cannot do anything that might affect the orchard because it's historic and it doesn't matter that other people in the community are going to suffer. I simply am not going to buy that argument. I'm not crazy about design from a design standard for the reasons that were mentioned earlier. Obviously, we're not going to get into that. That's not why we're here tonight. I do think that there are some serious concerns which need to be addressed. If the majority of the council wanted to move forward with a process to build this project, I could get behind it. I think that the better thing to do would be to let it percolate just a little bit more, to let people see the design. My concern is that the amount of pressure that is going to be brought on staff, on the library, on the History Museum, on the OCC, is going to be enormous. And what I have seen tonight from all levels in this room is not conducive to coming up to a better solution. And I don't think there's anything that this council can do to prevent people from being impassioned. And to a large extent, the council shouldn't do anything about that. These are emotional, powerful issues. I wish that there was some way to identify a group that could reasonably and rationally discuss whether or not to move forward with it. And if that's the direction that council wants to go tonight, that's fine. But if council wanted to move forward with this design, or maybe a modified design that took away the long part of the L, I would be persuaded by that as well. Because I do think that an outdoor area is needed, and I am concerned about the process degrading into something not constructive at all.
Okay, you have a
I've already made my
clarification?
I
and then
do.
yes.
Just based on something the vice mayor said, because this will weigh in on my deliberation and decision. I don't know if this is for the consultant or Mr. Zorns, but a lot of what the vice mayor said, at least when he started out, was premised on the assumption that we can't achieve the goal of outdoor space that meets the library needs without encroaching or impacting a fountain, parking, or the orchard. And I'm not sure has that been explored if there's a design? And I think that's what you said. I don't want to misquote. because I would be more open to exploring if it's cutting off the tail, or figuring out if there is a way to design it on the north side without it impacting parking, the fountain, or the orchard. And I just want to confirm that that assumption is correct.
So there's nothing for us to do on the south side of the building. That is the main entrance into the library service areas, as well as the main patio, or not patio, walkways, and all of kind of the weird kind of combobulation of that portion of the building. The east side is parking, southeast area corner, that's also parking. And we also know that's a very hot topic with patrons of the library. The west side was determined to be more of a significant impact to the historic orchard based on the longevity and the good health and standing of multiple trees in the heritage orchard. This portion of the site was selected for its kind of wasteland area of the orchard where trees have continued to die off. And it's not going to potentially change even with a new drip irrigation system, because also the flow of water and has not been looked at. And I can tell you, with talking with our public works director, just looking at the way that gravity would take water, it's going to continue to impact the immediate area if no improvements are made to that portion of the orchard anyways. I actually think that this is a long-term kind of benefit to the orchard immediately adjacent to this proposed patio, because of the modifications of drainage patterns that it would actually help remedy. For all extents and purposes, that immediate area of the orchard has a little bit of a gully. It terraces down from the building itself, and then it ravines back from the actual orchard, and that's because of manipulation of the actual grade of the orchard from when you're tilling soil and when you're removing things in a working orchard. So for all extents and purposes, I would at least make sure that the council's aware of that as a part of potentially trying to limit the boundary of this proposal, because I do think that we're going to end up still seeing a reoccurring die-off of trees in the immediate area, which is one of the reasons why this was discussed with Jane Packard multiple times on site, as that it was a potential for an area of expansion prior to any irrigation or any improvements or anything that was done out on the site.
Okay, I want to bring this back.
Right. And just to confirm, of the different sides of the library, I agree that for the reasons you have stated, the north side where this design is being proposed is the best of all the sides. My focus was more on, can we redesign and make it a little bit more compact? But I understand your response, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang.
I understand the need for space, but I also understand, I guess I was understanding the original purpose for the need for space, and I think it's totally changed now. But what I'm concerned about this whole process is the lack of transparency. I hope going forward, we are sure we follow our Muni Code, which is our historic preservation ordinance. We have ordinances in effect to protect and safeguard our historic resources. And it appears that an effort that, goes against every process and procedure we've had in the past. I think when we state that we want to see a transparent process, we want to make sure the meetings are open. We want to get public input on that. We want to have our historics, making sure it's in accordance with our CLG, and historic preservation status. We had members, council members involved when we had to work just to decide where we're going to put library sheds. But yet we seem to be so left out of this process. And yet, we had working we were included in those working meetings. So it just seems like for it not to come back is a concern for me. And I also have a concern about moving forward on the premise of this going to be going through a common sense exemption and not through a categorical exemption. And I just feel that we are going against the U.S. Secretary of Interior standards when we talk about the treatment of our historic property. So I just want to make sure that we are doing our best to protect our orchard. And we just approved $225,000, like we said earlier, to restore and maintain our historic orchard. And it was based on the so-called not official map. But that was constantly coming up before us as we talk about our orchard, as we make decisions before us. But yet, when we don't want to use it, we choose not to use it. So my concern would be that if it jeopardizes our certified local government status, we really have to rethink this plan going forward. And we should all be working together to preserve this orchard and our historical resources. I still believe that there are opportunities that are not being considered here. I think we really need to look at, there are ways that the interior could be expanded to expand the orchard room on the interior space. There are so many more opportunities that is not being reviewed because we're only looking at, let's put it outdoors. And then if we expand the indoors as well as the outdoors, it doesn't have to impose as much onto the orchard. It could still integrate part of the memorial fountain, which is not a historic fountain. That has not been designated a historic fountain. So I think what we have to do is continue to be open and see what other options might be available. So that's my position. Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a statement?
Yes, please do.
Just reminding council and the public, this is a private project that is privately funded. It is their process that they are proposing to council. We can request things from them to change their process, to change their stakeholder group. They do not have to abide by that. Just as council doesn't have to accept what they propose. But I want to make it clear that the process to date is what is put forward by privately funded and donation funds. The idea that a common sense CEQA exemption does not apply, the CEQA exemption states that that will be considered when there is a project. So we need to make the record clear on that. Finally, we've heard a lot of conversation about alteration or encroachment, where our practice has been that we have done that in the orchard. We have a maintenance road, we have sidewalks, we have interpretive areas of plantings. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about tree removal. There's been a lot of discussion about irrigation. If we are to apply the Muni Code in that manner, all of those things would be consistent with alteration. So whatever council decides tonight is up to council. We're happy to go back and ask the funders whatever council would like, but I can't guarantee a project comes back.
So I just want to comment on that because you're commenting on my comment. So just understand, yes, they have their own process because it's privately funded. We are looking after our public lands. We are responsible for our city lands. So I think it is our responsibility to have this come back to us because they are using our city land. This will become city property. We are going to take on the liability of this property that becomes city property on the exterior. So I think it is important for us to do our due diligence and make sure we're doing the responsible thing that we need to do to revisit this project as it goes forward. Thank you.
And for clarity, staff is not disputing that. I'm saying that council can give direction, but the funders do not have to abide by. They can decide they don't want to do it. That's okay. I just don't want to set up where if we want to process this change, we don't have the authority to change.
So
the
are you
process.
saying that once they approve this process and the funders going, we're going to move forward on it, but we don't want to come back, then it'll just go forward?
No, I'm saying they may not be interested in the alterations that the council is considering.
Okay, just getting clarification.
Thank you. Okay, and please, please. It's something about the sound, that the whispering is very loud up here, so I'm just going to ask one more time. We're almost there. Thank you all for your patience. So I'm going to talk about where we started and what we're seeing tonight in the context of that. So I think it was in June, Vice Mayor, when we saw this, at least the staff report said it was June. Yes, well, it's neither here nor there, but I thought I'd correct it. In that time, since we saw it in June, we gave direction to mitigate against a variety of factors. We're now seeing the results of that mitigation. And again, it's still not a project. It's chicken and egg in this scenario. They can either bring it to council early enough to get some input, or they can come and design the whole thing and then, waste all that money. It's trying to do, what we're here to do is authorize that this conceptual idea that is a mitigation from the first concept we saw, they've tried to address what we had issues with, and this is what we're looking at. So if we have additional mitigations that we want to suggest, we can suggest that. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's nothing Machiavellian or conspiratorial here. It's a concept, and then if we say, yeah, this looks good, tweak this, tweak that, mitigate this, whatever, then it can become a project and move forward and go through the process. There's no lack of process. As the city attorney has said, it will go through CEQA, et cetera, et cetera. So now let me just talk briefly again, and I think the designer, I really appreciate this because I didn't feel the first plan that we saw at the last meeting really felt like a concept. It just felt like a rectangle. And it had some round things that were supposed to be tables and seats. So to me, this is a concept. What I like about the concept, and nobody's mentioned this, though Nick did use the word meander, and I'm going to use the same word, I like the fact that this path echoes the meandering path that we have leading from the History Museum and the Community Center to the library. This is an echo of that meander in the back. It could actually be very beautiful. And for those, and again, I will leave it up to the project team, if we authorize one, to work out the details of mitigating the trees. I think nobody's saying we shouldn't mitigate the trees. I mean, we spent a lot of tonight talking about trees. So there's a proposal, a very valid proposal about mitigating the trees. If this were done, whether it's exactly this or something along this concept, again, this is a conceptual plan, this would make that orchard so much more beautiful and attractive and useful to this community than that ugly old 1960s sidewalk that is there, a square on either side. Here, it's just going to beautify the whole space. It will make the orchard part of our modern, yet respectful of our past town. So to say that if we take up a little bit of space, again, whatever mitigation measures that the project team can come forward with to address our concern about the apricot trees, this will be so much more beautiful for that whole space. And no, we didn't hear the library tonight, but I've been sitting on the Library Commission and various other library things for 3 years. I know the space is important. So I don't think standing up tonight and say, nobody's clamoring for space, nobody needs it. We've been hearing a lot of clamoring. So to me, I am able to authorize this. I think the team has heard what we want to be mitigated, and I would say run with that, do what needs to be done, look at the CEQA. I trust staff's analysis, but they're going to do the work to prove it. So I'm on board with authorizing this, and if this doesn't make the orchard look 20 times better, 50 times better than it does today, and maximize the value to our community, I'll eat the apricots off of every tree there is. I'll take one for the team. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I found what you just said to be very persuasive, and I'm in line and behind you on that 100%.
Anyone have a motion? Councilmember Daley.
And before the motion
Yes,
is
yes.
no, Mayor, I can count votes, and I'm actually not there yet. I really would, instead of giving direction saying mitigate the concerns we have, my preference would be for something to come back to us. But if there are 3 council members who are fine with that direction, I can respect that. For me tonight, I mean, I support everything you said. I support the space for the library. I understand the need. I love this location. I love a lot of things about this design. I do think for me, as a council member, I'd prefer for a revised version to come back. And I know it's the private folks that are paying for this, and it's up to them if they want to revise it. But that would be my preference, to give us one more bite at this apple. But if there are 3 council members who are satisfied with giving the direction and just leaving it up to staff to mitigate as they've seen necessary, I can respect that. But I won't be able to support this concept. My preference would be for it to come back a little bit more modified and brought in. But I can respect the majority of council.
But let me just ask, so you're actually saying they should tweak a design to come back to us before they even go to planning commission and get more professional and experience?
I'm glad you
Yes,
you mentioned that. I actually had that in my notes. Thank you. Because at the beginning I asked about the process intentionally. I'm glad you reminded me. Because if this were to come back to us after it goes to this commission, that commission, this review group, I would be okay approving it tonight, because I do think it's going to get refined and tweaked and better going through these different commissions, looking through different lenses. So I agree with you. But what I heard from the city attorney and Mr. Zorns is this is it for us. And so if it's going to come back to us after the planning commission weighs in, DRC, anybody else, then I'm comfortable saying,
Not
okay,
DRC, are you suggesting reforming them?
No. Slap me on that one. No. Thank you. Historical commission, if it goes there, whatever commission group that reviews this, it goes there and it comes back to us, so then we can look at it and say, yes, this is good. I can approve it tonight. But knowing that it won't come back to us and this is what we're actually approving, I am not comfortable with this design.
So there's a price in front of you, staff. Where are you on this?
So the council amended the ordinance in order to take away the city council's final action on design review. You would be backtracking from your action 6 months ago. I would significantly advise against that, as that this is the first time that council has had a design review application and you're already backtracking.
It's not housing, though.
But it is the section that is
Yes.
applicable to the
Yes, okay.
code. So
Good point.
again, we're
City attorney?
picking.
Yes, go ahead.
And also, it can always come up on appeal.
I know. And, Councilmember Liang made the point about the sheds, and she's right. Like, that shed, even though it shouldn't have, I think it came back to our council 5 or 6 times. It really shouldn't have, but it did. And so when I look at the shed that came to us for every movement, configuration, wherever it was going to face, I'm not comfortable with this not coming back to us. I really am not, especially because I'm not 100% behind this concept. So that's where I am. I love the idea of increasing space for the library. I just am not 100% behind this concept. And that's what we're approving tonight. We're saying, this is it for us. It could get changed along the way, which would and improve it, but we won't see that. And that's not actually what we're approving.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Yeah.
So, point of clarification.
Yes.
Would a motion to approve be a motion to approve the sketches that we have been presented with tonight and send this on to yeah.
It would just be authorizing this conceptual plan to go through the,
Through the city's regular process?
yes.
Okay, so if that, council member, if that was your motion, I would second it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. May I,
What's,
Mayor? May I
Oh,
make a motion?
You can accept that friendly amendment, or?
Well, there's
No.
nothing to amend yet because I haven't made the motion yet.
Okay, okay, all right, go ahead.
So I move that council approve the use of this space on the Civic Center campus for a outdoor library patio with the existing guidance from council that everything that can be done to mitigate the impact on the orchard remain critical priority, and that the concept goes through our process, including administrative design review. And I would also like.
You're going.
So,
Yeah,
please,
okay.
okay, if I have to restate the motion after I've done it, I will, but all four of you looked at me to make the motion, so you'll have to give me some indulgence, okay? Let me start again. I move that council approve the use of this particular piece of the Civic Center property for a library patio with the guidance for mitigation that we have already provided and the understanding that it will go through our normal process, including administrative design review, and I would like a joint meeting of the History Commission and the Planning Commission to weigh in on this. I want that to be part of the process. I don't know how, am I wording the motion correctly to include in the process that we get both the History Commission and the Planning Commission to weigh in? That's my goal. Somebody help me with the wording of the motion to do that.
So Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes,
So
please.
that I don't think I'm going to help you with your wording. Council can define a process. If council wanted to refer this to different commissions, you could put that in a motion. Personally, I wouldn't recommend a joint meeting as there's different expertise there. Alternatively, council could put it through the normal process and not as a design review element. Council could look at what the Planning Commission has approved. We don't intend, as it was presented tonight, for it to come back. However, we also don't have a project, so there was a possibility that it could have come back regardless, because again, we don't know what the project is. Council can define this. Our normal process, we don't know what that normal process is yet, as we don't have a project.
Okay,
So-
let me try this again.
And I could support, if Councilmember Daly, if you're able to craft a motion that reflects what Mr. England just said about it coming back to us, I can support that motion.
Yeah, I know you want it to come back to us. I'm more ambivalent about whether or not it comes back to us. Let me do this. We can always give guidance, and it doesn't. And I want to strip that out of the motion and make the motion real simple. I move that the City Council approve the use of Civic Center property in the location designated in the materials tonight for a library patio, and that it should go through our normal process. Period.
And
Is that sufficient for staff?
For staff, yes. I think the question is how council, the discussion goes. Staff will take whatever direction it is given.
So what does staff interpret as being the normal process as moved by Councilmember Daly?
The normal process would be determined by the project. It has to go through different entitlement bodies, but until a project is defined, we don't know what those entitlement bodies are yet. If council would like to tonight define that process you are able to do that.
I second the motion.
And I would make a friendly amendment. The only thing you didn't mention was to incorporate mitigation measures to, as much as possible, address the direction that was given, the discussion that was given
Yeah,
this
I would
evening.
leave out all the
You would leave-
mitigation measures.
All
I mean,
right.
That's for
Okay.
future review.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you, Mayor.
yes.
I
Yeah.
respectfully,
Yes.
I'm going to align with the city attorney on this.
Good move.
We can provide lots of guidance. We don't need to incorporate all of that guidance into the motion. Let's keep it clean. Mayor, looks like.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Were you going to send it to Historical Commission as well?
Upon further reflection and, hearing from members of staff, whatever process is appropriate based on the project that gets submitted is what it should, is what should take place. And I am not suggesting that we mandate any additional layers of bureaucracy on top of that. It should be treated, it shouldn't be treated differently in material ways than we would treat similar projects that came forward. So, for example, if the project involved changes to the building, which Plan A and Plan B would have involved significant changes to the building, and I can tell you from what I know from other roles that I have on other boards and whatnot, that would be problematic, but then it would certainly have to go to planning, and there would be a lot of other, building permits involved and things like that. And it should go through those processes if they are appropriate based on the project that gets submitted.
So can I just point of order that we have a motion and
Yeah.
a second on
Yeah.
the table? And
Go
so
ahead and call.
I think hopefully you answered that question. So can we take the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
No.
Councilmember Liang?
No.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2 with Councilmembers Fliger and Liang opposed.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to our final item of the evening. And contrary to my earlier attempt at a joke, we are actually bringing forward an item that the city attorney will introduce. And if people are going to clear out, let's give them a minute, please. Sorry, we'll just hold on a minute. Okay, so, City Attorney, you're going to open this up.
Yes, what you are going to do tonight is you're going to approve the restated employment agreement for the city manager. And pursuant to the Brown Act, before taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of the recommendation for final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits. So, as the staff report says, the compensation increase is $27,000 per year for a new base salary of $284,595. The restated agreement will be retroactive to July 1st, 2003. So, I mean,
Don't correct her.
to 2023, sorry. Yeah, I know. So anyway, it's, the Brown Act rules where you can't have a contract on consent, and you also have to orally report. So we have complied with that, and then you just need to make a motion to approve the restated agreement. So this agreement is all in one place, so I'm happy about that.
All right, thank you. And I just want to relay, and my colleagues can relay their thanks themselves as well, but on behalf of council, on behalf of our city, our residents, thank you for all you've helped us accomplish this year and for tolerating us. Good job. And I know that you make everyone feel heard. So thank you so much for that. And colleagues, if you want to say anything kind to the city manager, unkind, you can leave for your one-on-ones. And otherwise, then we'll take a motion. Anybody have any? Oh, that's right. I don't have any speaker cards, but if there's any public comment on this agenda item, I'm not seeing any, so we'll close public comment. Okay, colleagues, may I have a motion or maybe? Yeah, okay. Yes, I should, let me pull that. Actually, I can do it from here. So I move that we approve the restated employment agreement for our city manager, which includes to include a base salary of $284,595 effective July 2023.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. So, as per usual, we're not discussing informational items, but all that is in the packet. And so let's close out with any council reports and or direction on future agenda items. Any of my colleagues want to go first? Go ahead, Councilmember Daley.
I have a future agenda item I would like to suggest, and that is a urban forest master plan.
Okay, so we have one support here. Do we have, that's a big one, so I think.
That's 2 supports.
Oh, 2 supports? Okay, 3. All right, so future agenda item for,
Mayor, just for
city manager?
yeah, just for clarification, would council like that to start with the Environmental Commission?
So,
I withdraw my third support if it doesn't.
I mean, this will be the job of the Environmental Commission, but I think council needs to put it on our agenda and then vote on whether or not we're going to refer it. Is that the appropriate process? That's what I had assumed we would do. So when I say this should be on our agenda, it's on our agenda to send it to the Environmental Commission for them to work on. That's my vision. Okay?
Okay, so,
Are you doing other future agenda items?
well, we're gonna go
Okay.
and we're each gonna do
It's
our
not going to
reports
the
Oh, okay,
and
okay, got
our
it.
future
Everything.
agenda items all, it's just easier to do it all at once. So you're done, Councilmember Daley, Vice Mayor?
Given the late hour, I won't give much of a report. I don't have a future agenda item. But I do want to say that the Festival of Light Parade was fantastic. One of the lead cars had our mayor in it. She looked all lit up and festive. And just for whoever's here to hear it, I just want to say thank you to all for a wonderful, wonderful parade.
There you go. This is one of the accessories I was gonna report. He said something about it. Oh, a seizure? Really?
Yes, people who are subject to seizures have light sensitivity.
Oh, my God. All right. Shh. Okay, I'll turn yours off. All right. So yes, I was going to report on the Festival of Lights Parade too. It was a lovely event. Yeah, you keep clicking, it'll turn off. Yeah, eventually. And that will be a future agenda item. I think on December 5th, we should choose a new mayor. And Vice Mayor, would you like to fill us in on the arrangements for December 5th? Because I don't think, or City Manager, would you like to do that?
I don't think there was a second to your idea.
Oh. So December 5th?
Mayor, as.
Oh, there we go.
It,
Look.
our invitation is on the screen, so viewers at home can refer back to this, but it will be December 5th. We will be over at the community center. We'll have the normal meeting first, and then we will adjourn to a reception in the community center.
And it's at 8 p.m.
So the council meeting is at 7. The reception is at 8 or earlier if we're done earlier. The council meeting will be in the Sequoia room, and the reception will be right outside in the foyer.
I see it. So it says directly following the 7 p.m. city council. I just saw the 8
Yes.
p.m.
I saw 5 and I thought it was going from 5 to 8.
All right, so good. Thank you for the preview on that. Any reports?
Oh, no, are we doing, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, yeah.
No, you just your turn. Okay, okay. I also attended an interfaith vigil in Los Altos, and that was very important. The future agenda items, I didn't see on December 12th that we will be discussing the resolution that we all agreed would be coming back to us on against anti-Semitism. So is that going to be on the December 12th?
No, we're going to have a special meeting on the 11th.
Oh, okay. And then several things that need to be, I would like on future agenda item is our city attorney's review, because I think we need to do that next. The other thing is,
Well, she's moving on rapidly, so I wasn't going to address
Okay.
it because I mean, anyway, do you want to go through
it's
all
within
of them?
contract, so.
Well, I think we have to look at the contract, so I
Okay.
would, so we can't just decide on say.
And if you don't want to discuss
Yeah,
it as
yeah.
as someone who helped to draft that contract, because I was on the subcommittee, I know there's no requirement for an annual review. Council can call up a review, but there's no requirement. So there's nothing
I
that's
thought we
due.
had
Right, so let's not discuss it right
Right,
now.
I just wanted to-
Yeah, and so I think that will probably, the new mayor will decide, whatever, you have one person naming that, I don't know.
Okay.
Yep,
I'll
okay.
go to my next item.
Yep.
As you know, this is a fearful time for many, and many at the previous meeting has expressed themselves about how they're afraid of retaliation or attacks. So I wanted to agendize for discussion, creating a public comment policy on redacting people's personal information, such as personal emails, home addresses, and phone numbers on submission of public comments. I think what's important is the content. If they want to put it in the content of the email and they put their address and phone numbers in that, I can understand that. But when they shoot us the emails,
Okay, yeah, we're getting into discussion. So you're looking to see if anyone seconds or thirds that?
for discussion, okay.
I'm not seeing
No.
that, okay,
I
next
think
one.
I would like to discuss establishing a specific plan for the neighborhood behind Village Court.
Well, I think, when we look at, because we also talked about Loyola Corners and all this, and I think this comes up in the discussion that you're going to lead us in, but that, so I can't act on that right now, but.
You support?
No. I think we talked about this and we talked about Loyola Corners.
We can't discuss it, but I
think
found
it's
out.
already covered. I thought we already discussed our process.
And I forget exactly how we described it.
Yeah, I think
but-
it's not clear, so that's why I wanted to.
Okay, well, I'm not, I think we did discuss it, and I don't recall the specifics, so, but it will come up in one of the topics, but I'm not sensing you have a second from anyone here to discuss it separately from the land use discussion around Loyola Corners, so. Okay, do you have more, or do you have updates? You gave your update, okay, okay. Councilmember Flyer?
Just the Festival of Lights. Great job, Mayor. I'm sure there are other things I've attended on behalf of the city, but based on the time, I will pass.
Okay, city manager, anything you want to?
Nothing to report tonight, Mayor.
All right.
And Mayor, is this your last meeting as mayor, unless we call an emergency meeting before December 5th?
Well, don't I have to call it?
No, but we could actually call it.
Yeah, great. So, yes, I think that's a wrap, Los Altos. I'm adjourning this meeting. Woo, yay. Yeah. No, before 1 a.m., yeah.
Jolie?
No, I'm not.
Somebody had a plan.